Alright, looks like we're live. What's going on, everybody? Vegan, congratulations, you are first.
Yes.
Capybara, you say? Capybaras are pretty goddamn amazing.
That's not animal abuse. I've seen animal abuse in Scotland. That is not animal abuse.
Well, it's animal slavery and abuse and exploitation. Do you eat animals? It's entertainment.
They're being encouraged.
Oh,
They're
for
fed,
goodness sake, go away!
So you support animal slavery? You're okay with animal slavery?
Don't put words into my mouth. You don't know what you're talking about. I have been in this.
You're defending animal slavery.
No, I'm not.
This is animal slavery.
You don't put words into my mouth.
How's that not slavery then?
That's not slavery.
Why not?
Because if they weren't there, they'd be in a field in the sun. If somebody was
They don't consent to that.
If you're in a field in the sun, it's not slavery. Well, I guess a lot of people who picked cotton were not slaves. Dude, people say the stupidest shit. Oh my god. See, the vegan diets are child abuse claimed by Max Lugvir. I think so.
somebody was actually doing something, fine.
Do they consent to it?
Listen, there's animals all over the world being...
What if you were in their
There's
position?
animals all over the world being... We are in their position. We are farmed
What
animals.
if you were there in their
We are in their position.
We are in their position.
We are...
We're animals.
Not.
We're
I don't see someone dressing you up as a unicorn and
We're all
forcing you to be patted by children and having children ride on your back.
animals
How
are
would you
taking
like
your
being
time.
forced to have children ride on your back?
Do you want me to tell you something? And when I
How would you like
Scotland,
if children were riding on your back?
I have seen cruelty to animals, and that is not cruelty.
not
End
slavery.
of.
It's a different level. That's still
Listen,
slavery.
Why don't you pick on things that are more worth your time?
This is animal slavery. They deserve to be spoken up for.
Okay.
Every victim of
There's
slavery
pigs
and
being-
abuse
Right, there's pigs
deserve to
being
be spoken up for.
slaughtered. Slaughtered.
Are you
How are you feeling?
I'm feeling bad. It is just very hard to do anything. So yeah. Just not feeling great, James, but I did get potato chips. And I did get chocolate. It's helping a little bit. But yeah. Thanks for the donation though, James.
vegan?
No, I'm not.
So why do you care about pigs being slaughtered?
Pizzy Donny Teller's thoughts on Tizzy ENT.
Do you see racism in your daily life?
Holy shit, yeah.
Do you do?
Yeah.
I don't.
Not surprising that he wouldn't.
Congratulations! You've unlocked white privilege! You should be like Neo in the Matrix. You can now see the code and understand your white privilege and how it benefits you. For example, this would never happen to you. You run no risk of being a real estate agent, showing a home to other black people, and having the police called and putting you in handcuffs because you're
Jesus.
suspected of being burglars. Real estate agent. He accessed the lockbox the way that a real estate agent can. He's showing the home to potential buyers. And my favorite part, not being suspicious, they waved to neighbors doing Sunday things, the guy mowing his lawn, the family next door hosting an outdoor gathering. And yet, someone called 911 because black people in a house are burglars. But hey, this guy doesn't see racism, and he should know.
My daughter dates a black man in New York City.
Dearly departed. We gather here today in 2099 to celebrate the life of Richard, who overcame his depression and lived a long and happy life with Jasmine. Rest well, God of Gains.
Let me see. Did they really do that? That is bizarre. Wow. Well, that's some funeral. Thanks for the donation quest. Tizzy and T is cool. I like him.
Good morning, everyone. If you have a moment, hop over to Iona Loves Sean XX. She likes to come over.
Tizzy harasses a 10-year-old girl. We'll react to that in a minute. Thanks for the nation, dude.
That dumb cunt screams white privilege by her standard of something not being slavery. Lamau also, hi VG. I hope that you are doing great tonight. My brother and I just got back from that all-you-can-eat sushi place I told you about before. I suffered a great food coma.
That's pretty dope, dude. Food comas are just awesome, especially if you can sleep right after eating. But appreciate the donation, Bend Over. Glad you enjoyed yourself.
Is it the meds or something else?
It's not the meds making me depressed. What I've noticed from the new antipsychotic that I'm on is it actually lowers my appetite more than the previous drug that I was taking. And, whatchamacall. I have noticed that my mood has been more stable, but, like, if I'm depressed, I'll just stay depressed rather than have these, like, crazy wacko mood swings. So, it's doing what it's supposed to be doing, which is stabilizing my mood. And I'd rather be at a constant state rather than have these, like, insane mood swings. So, again, things are getting better. Thanks for the donation, though, James. Jalen donated to ours. Is this pseudo mouth breathing dries out mouth?
Number one is you have to establish your ability to nasal breathe 100% of the time. Unless you're a competitive athlete and you're in the middle of a competition and you need to open your mouth to pant to dump the excess carbon dioxide. Other than that, no one else should ever be mouth breathing.
Yeah, that's not really important. Mouth breathing only dries out the mouth if it dries out your mouth. So, thanks for the donation, though, Jalen.
Any new Frank vids?
Let me take a look, James. It appears that there are some new Frank vids. He has a shitty bread recipe where he's gonna make hockey puck bread. Thanks for the donation, James.
Sounds like Hamza.
Yeah, it does sound like something stupid that he'd say, for sure. Thanks for the donation again, James.
Bread Boy is back because today I'm going to show you guys a simple, quick, half sourdough, not really recipe. Some of you might remember, I don't know, probably 2 or 3 years ago now, we did a video on like how to have bread in 3 hours. This recipe is kind of similar to that, but we're using higher quality ingredients. So let me show you guys what we have. So for the flour, we have King Arthur organic bread flour. And everything you see here, guys, is available on frankiesfreerangefoods.com. The salt, the organic instant yeast we're going to use. This is a big bowl of the sourdough starter that we also have on the website.
I have other chips. Why am I a deontologist to really think there's no moral obligation to save a drowning baby, especially if there's no danger to you?
You woo. Looks yummy.
I mean, it is just flour. It's one of the few recipes that isn't disgusting that he makes. Thanks for that donation, though, James. You can be a deontologist and think there is a moral obligation to save a drowning baby. Yeah, I just don't think that you have any obligation to help anybody. I think the only obligation you have is to not violate the rights of someone else. That's just my preference. Beta Simp Cockney Tellers, is this how I become alpha? Let me take a look.
Stop standing like a nerd. Try this body language hack to look more attractive. Most guys, when they're standing, they look awkward. They don't know what to do with their hands, feet squared, and overall this just looks weak and submissive. So instead, what you want to do is offset your feet, then lean back slightly on your back foot and keep one hand in your pocket. Having this body language is going to make you look less anxious, calm, relaxed, and dominant.
Oh. Let me try.
You can do this whenever you're waiting in body language hack to look more attractive. Most guys, when they're standing, they look.
I think this stupid thing won't stay up right now. Now it's staying. Do I look submissive right now? I don't know. I don't think I look like a bitch or anything.
Awkward, they don't know what to do with their hands, feet squared, and overall this just looks weak and submissive. So instead, what you want to do is offset your feet, then lean back slightly on your back foot and keep one hand in your pocket. Having this
If Frank Tufano's retarded sister and Jasmine had a feminine penis and they both Eiffel Towered you, which person do you think would come first? The one in your bussy or the one in your mouth?
Probably Frank Tufano's sister, and I guess my ass, because it's pretty tight. Thanks for the donation, Majin Buu. I don't know. Can't really get that one to work.
This body language is going to make you look less anxious, calm, relaxed, and...
Wow, that's amazing standing tutorial. Thank you. You know, this entire time I've been like standing like this, or like this, or like this. Now I know I should be standing like this. Fucking Jesus. Ugh. Imagine being that insecure that you have to overthink standing. That is insane.
Here's a test to see if your girlfriend actually likes you. It's called the green line test.
If she'll suck your dick, she likes you.
Whoever leans into the other person is said to be the most submissive and in the feminine role in the relationship. Whoever stands straight is in the dominant masculine role. So if you find yourself
don't think that's how that works.
leaning in a majority of the time, chances are your woman doesn't respect you. She runs around.
Yeah. See a diagonal line there, right? She's just up straight. Right.
Relationship, and she probably doesn't even like you. You can see plenty of good and bad examples proving this within pop culture. So if you ever get the chance of taking a picture with another woman again, make sure that you're standing up straight. Don't be like Will Smith.
Dude. This is a little stupid.
Here's how I pick up my hot waitresses. When they come to ask what drink you want, you always want to ask for their name and make some small talk. You need to actually build some sort of personal connection as fast and early as possible.
Hi, could I get you something to drink? What's your name? Sherry. Hey Sherry, how's life? Just fine. What do you want to drink? Well, you know, I've been, working hard at my new job. Okay, what would you like to drink? The weather's been really... What would you like to drink?
And they're obligated to be nice to you, so it's not like they're gonna ignore you. Throughout the service, you just want to be friendly, cordial, not too pushy, not too needy. And then afterwards, you want to leave a 25% tip. This is above the industry standard, so it's gonna set you apart from all the cheap, broke men who try to get at her all the time. Now, on the build tab, what you're gonna do is write your Instagram name and handle. This allows...
Was that a $600
her to reach...
receipt that I just saw? So if you spend $50 for an expensive lunch or dinner, so you leave a girl $12 and that's gonna make her call you back because you left her $12. Okay, yeah, you're fucking ballin', dude. You can spend an extra $12 giving a waitress a tip.
Reach out to you if there is any attraction there and if she liked you. That way you don't have to deal with any awkward rejections at the table. And this is better than a phone number because your Instagram is a resume of who you are and the value you bring. And if you set it up...
I need help, VG. All of my underwear is crusty with shit stains and I want to be able to take them off in front of a woman. Do you think they will care if they see me whipping off a pair of brown blasted whitey tighties?
No, just about everybody shits themselves, so I don't think anybody's gonna think anything of it. Thanks for the donation, Peter Poopass. So the advice of leaving your number or your Instagram on the receipt is good advice. It just makes things less awkward, and I don't think it's appropriate really to just ask out a waitress when they're, doing their job and shit. It's There's a lot of reasons for it. Like, it's a professional environment. They're supposed to be working. They might feel pressured, you know, because they want to get a tip and everything and make money. Crap like that. So that advice is good.
Correctly, it can actually make you way more attractive than just giving out a phone number. Here's how I pick up.
Yeah, okay, so 25% tip, which again, that's going to be like $12 for an expensive meal. So, you're not going to stand out by giving a girl $12, dude.
Have you ever seen Breaking Bad? This was one of the funnier scenes from the show. Tuco beats a man to death for speaking for him. You should give the show a try, it's really good.
I'm not gonna watch that on stream, dude, because there's copyright issues. But people have been telling me to watch Breaking Bad. I really doubt I'm ever gonna watch it. I'm not really a big fan of crime dramas. So I doubt I'm ever gonna end up watching it. But thanks for the donation, BBC Burgess. Frank Tufano donated $2. Says natty or not. Let me see. Oh, Vince Del Monte. He is not a lifetime natty. He was taking steroids. I don't know if he's on steroids right now. But he was taking steroids at some point. So, not a lifetime natty. He's still fucking uploading, eh? He is such a clown. Let me see if he's still at the same...
Where else?
That was 4 months ago. It looks like he's... When was this uploaded? He's still uploading.
Less than an 8, you have to tell me why. If you want to go more in depth, here's some great questions. What's one thing you'd like me to start doing in the program? What's one thing you'd like me to stop doing in the program? What's one thing you'd like me to keep doing in the program?
I don't know what any of this is, but... Yeah, I think he's still living in the same house. He lives about 30 minutes away from me. I know where he lives. He lives about 30 minutes away from me. I could actually show up at his house and be like, what's up? You give me freedom, freedom, freedom. That's funny.
I had a vision of a world without Batman.
That sounds like a very scary world. Thanks for that donation, Joker.
Sounds like Hamza Light.
In some ways, he's better than Hamza. In other ways, he's a little more embarrassing. Thanks for that donation, though, James.
If you do buy our starter, it comes in a 2-ounce jar. So for this recipe, and you can learn how to do this by watching my sourdough maintenance video, you'd have to put it in some more flour and water and then maybe wait a day and it will be ready. But we have a large amount of starter here that we can use. And then we have...
Sourdough sucks. Do not eat sourdough because it usually just tastes like shit.
Our glass bottle of mineral water. And this is the recipe that's going to make 2 loaves that, you know, should serve a few people. I personally am an Italian pig, so I'll eat one of those loaves for my entire lunch and be stuffed. So we're measuring everything in the Instant Pot bowl because there's actually a yogurt setting that we're going to use to get this bread to rise. Very easy and convenient. So 170 water. Now with sourdough, hydration is very important to get right, but with this, it's a little more forgiving. 300 grams flour. So we go organic, we remove the chemicals, the pesticides, herbicides, glyphosate, and we use glass bottle mineral water to remove any fluoride or chlorine concerns. That already makes the bread.
Organic still uses pesticides.
Healthier than 99.9% of what people are eating now. So then we add 115 grams of starter. And this is a very high ratio of starter to dough, but since, you know, this is only a several hour rise, you need a lot more sourdough to be more effective over a shorter period of time. Then we add our 10 grams of salt, and then we're gonna do the whole packet of instant yeast. So this just gets mixed together. So dough combines pretty fast.
I don't understand the point of this. So he's using yeast as the leavening agent, and then he's still adding sourdough starter so that the bread tastes like shit.
Little warning to people that keep tearing down posters, you know this is only several.
These people are putting razors in these papers because people are snatching them out.
I was actually one of his earliest programs back in 2009. However, he lost his cred when he let himself get fat and bloated. Then I saw a Vince Del Monte vid that showed him eating numerous steaks.
You're talking about Vince Del Monte? That's kind of funny. Vince is a dumbass. Like a genuine, true dumbass. He is really, really dumb. He's one of the dumbest people I've ever done a Worst of the Fitness Industry on. Thanks for the donation though, James Wade.
And this is what's going on right now. Tell me who the fuck the real terrorist is. Who's the terrorist? Who does this? Who puts razors on fucking papers? People are snatching them out because we know where the terrorism is coming from. 6,000 dead kids. Okay? Now let's sue the shit out of them. Guys.
Yeah, get fucked, asshole. Hope you get sliced by more razor blades and you get tetanus. Those people are pieces of shit who tear down those posters. I'm glad people started putting razor blades on them.
Yeah, it shouldn't take you more than, 20 seconds to knead it together. And then we put this in our Instant Pot. And there's a yogurt setting that I have set to 1 hour and 30 minutes, which is the correct time. So then we're just gonna close this. When you're doing this, it does not require the lid to be sealed, unlike some other settings on the Instant Pot. So you could even just put like paper over this, paper towel, baking sheet, whatever, so you don't have to keep taking the lid on and off. And at the 15-minute mark, we're gonna come over and fold it. I'm not 100% sure if that's necessary, but I do it anyway. All right, it's been about 15 minutes. So normally when you make sourdough, in about half-hour increments for the first 2 hours, you do folds. It's called the autolyse process, where the flour is basically absorbing the water, but in this case, where it's a really short fermentation, we're just...
What are your thoughts on race swaps? Here is my friend's short rant on a recent one. Hope you enjoy.
Power. You have got to be kidding me. They have to be fucking me. Steve Ewan will be century. Are you kidding me? A Chinese face on a white product? Where the fuck is Trump when you need him? I might vote for fucking Trump to build that goddamn wall. They're taking our jobs. It's just that simple. I'd rather have them have a black or white dude play Sentry.
They're probably letting an Asian guy play Sentry because nobody knows who the fuck Sentry is. I don't know who the fuck Sentry is, and I would say I know a lot more about comics than your average normie. So, who the fuck cares?
Are you the real Batman? No. Then why do you dress up like him?
Well, I am in fact the real Batman. Thanks for the donation, though, Joker. And thanks for the donation, Halloween Hysteria.
Stretching it a little bit to build up some gluten, and then that should be enough. Because there's so much yeast in this that, regardless of what we do, it's gonna rise up and it'll be fine. Put a little oil in here just so it's easier to take out after it. It doesn't stick as much. So 90 minutes is usually long enough. If your sourdough starter wasn't that active, or if it's a little cold out, you know, you can always just add a little more. So we'll add another, you know, instead of being an hour and a half, it'll be 2 hours. So I'll see you guys when I'm back from work. All right, so it's been about 2 hours. And now when we open this up, there is a lot more dough. It has grown substantially. So I got a steel tray lined with parchment paper. We're just gonna take our dough out of here. You know, most of it doesn't stick.
Like, it's so weird. Frank's making it seem as though the sourdough starter is causing leavening. It's the fucking yeast. You put yeast inside. Like, he only left it for, what, an hour and a half or 2 hours? What happened to the Natalie Fulton debate?
Vince Del Monte was really one of the dumbest influencers you exposed, lol, especially when he claimed to have gained 40 pounds of muscle in half a year. Research shows high doses of steroids only build till to 18 pounds in 20 weeks.
You can see some pretty crazy, body composition changes with steroids. Like, anecdotally, I've seen people gain about 20 pounds of muscle in only about 2 months. So, it's possible. It is possible to grow like crazy, especially if you're like genetically gifted and everything. But Vince was claiming he gained 40 pounds of muscle in 6 months as a natty. Like, even on steroids, that is incredibly unlikely to make those sorts of gains for your average person. So, yeah, he was just totally full of shit. I don't know who the hell he thought he was gonna fool. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben. Joker donated $2. Let me see.
I like you, Tony. There is no lying in you. He was an informer for the police.
Yes, I've seen that movie. Thanks for the donation, Joker.
So nothing crazy in there. You do have to soak it though. Now we're going to split this.
Oh yeah, what happened to the Natalie Fulton debate? She debated Avi, I think. And she conceded, so there's not really much point in debating. She debated somebody and she ended up conceding.
Please react, my nigga.
Let me take a look. Pickle Rick.
Okay, but as a psychologist, what do you think about this? I get your point about this element of creepy, but a guy who has an app with his son, with his 17-year-old son, where they monitor each other and narc on each other for looking at porn, isn't that sick?
Well, I think it's a more complicated issue than that.
Well, that's what it is.
I mean, well, look,
it's an app.
Every parent that there is now struggles with how their children use their phone. And I don't know the specifics of what Mike Johnson is doing with his son to monitor his behavior.
It's not. It's simple. It's like AA for masturbators. Like if you, it sends an alert to the other person's phone.
Well, okay.
Like
How do you
but
think
for sex?
How do you
It's
think
like Go Guardian, which is used in schools to monitor kids, but it's monitoring sex.
Yes.
Well, how do you? But I understand the satirical bit with regard to Johnson, but the question is, what do you think parents should do to keep an eye on the behavior of their kids on phones? Because the phones are very pathological, right? And pornography is very hard on young men and on young women. It's hard on them physiologically because it interferes with sexual function.
I don't know if that's true. That may be true for some individuals, but in general, I haven't seen good evidence to support that.
Sets a ridiculous and unattainable standard for young women, a crazy standard, and it's unbelievably addictive. And so
so when it comes to beauty standards, I don't think that's even true. If you look at the top grossing porn stars, with maybe the exception of Mia Khalifa, maybe, because of her breast implants, like, most of these girls don't have breast augmentation. You know, you've got like Riley Reid, Christy Bell, who's another one? Sasha Grey. Like, none of them have actually gotten any plastic surgeries. And they have like pretty obtainable physiques. They're just, you know, in fairly good shape. So in terms of looks, I don't think that's really true, that it creates an unobtainable standard. The unobtainable standard is how they have sex. Like, no fucking girl you're gonna meet is gonna be able to take BBCs like fucking Riley Reid.
So it's easy to make fun of someone for attempting to regulate that behavior, and but I don't know what the alternative is precisely.
I'm not knocking completely regulating. But this is the case. Okay, I can regulate, I can understand dad regulating teenage son, but son looking at what dad's doing?
Well,
that's the part I find a little fucked up.
Well, maybe that's a quid pro quo. Yeah.
That's fucked up. First of all, kids and parents should not be equals like that. I mean, dad should be able to do some things that the kid isn't doing. If he can't rub one out in the garage, what...
I kind of agree with Bill Maher there. That is fucking weird.
Can't run for president.
Except for the wars.
The wars? Well,
the wars.
So you're with Ted Cruz, he started that war? Ukraine?
I think you can lay a fair bit of what happened in Israel on Biden's plate.
What?
Because I can explain it.
I'm sorry, Biden is to blame for the Israeli situation.
That I guess I should. Bill, I know that the Saudis were hot to sign the Abraham Accords 2 years ago. And I have more than a sneaking suspicion that the reason they weren't pursued more assiduously because it would have meant giving Trump some credit for something that happened during his term. And I know that the Iranians are fomenting dissent in Palestine through Hamas to pressure the Jews into doing something so, you know, what would you call it, military, that'll split the Arab world. And I think...
Yeah, well, that completely and utterly failed.
Proof that Israel isn't committing genocide also. I'll never understand these dumb fuck vegans who are pro-Palestine SMH.
I'll take a look at that in a minute. Thanks for the nation, bend over. So that idea is fucking retarded. So first of all, none of the Arab world gives two fucks about Palestine. The only thing they care about is killing Jews. Like, case in point, not a single one of these Arab countries is taking in any Palestinian refugees. If they cared about Palestinians and helping out fellow Arabs, they'd take in Palestinian refugees.
This should be a good one. Sing this as Frank Tufano. Please try to keep pace with the song and sing the whole. Hopefully your New York Guinea accent is good.
Alright, I'll try. Just give me a minute. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Think you...
So, none of them are gonna go to war over fucking Palestine. They don't give two fucking shits. The only reason Iran is willing to, you know, help fund these terror attacks against Israel is because they're an Islamic regime. They support terrorism all over the fucking Middle East. It's as simple as that. They just want to kill non-Muslims, they want to kill Jews, and they just want to spread jihad. That's it. They're an Islamic regime. This whole, this weird conspiracy theory that they're trying to goat Israel into committing some sort of, like, really crazy military action to erupt the Arab world? No. Like, none of them fucking care. Saudi Arabia, the EAU, UAE, they're still committed to the Abraham Accords. They don't care.
Put a fair bit of that at the feet of the Democrats, who didn't bring Saudi Arabia into the Abraham Accords when they could have 2 years ago. And I do think that's because they wouldn't give Trump any credit for what he accomplished with the Abraham Accords. And I do think that's why we're in the position we're in right now. And, you know, Biden also alienated the Saudis the first time that he went to talk to them and pushed them into the arms of China. And even despite that, the Saudis are still lurking in the background, trying to ensure that the Abraham Accords won't fold. And so that's not good. That was a big mistake. We had a chance that...
I don't know what the fuck he's even talking about here. China is completely changing their geopolitical strategy because Biden was such a good president at basically getting the whole fucking like international community together to make sure China could in no way be a threat to fucking Taiwan. That is stupid for him to say that. Let me see. Proof Israel isn't committing a genocide.
You know, we're talking about the United Nations failing to condemn Hamas as a terrorist group and condemn the attack on October 7th. How could this be possible? You know, at least condemn them. Instead, they are condemning Israel while it's defending itself. And when we talk about civilian casualties, you know, people are so overwhelmed by 10,000 casualties. I say this is a miracle that we don't have 100,000 dead. Gaza is one of the most populated area on earth. If this was any other democracy versus Hamas, the numbers would be multiplied. I guarantee you that. You know, because how can you fight a group that is taking an entire society as human shields? You know, Israel, for at least a month, asked people to evacuate North Gaza. And Hamas asked them, no, stay. It's part of your national obligation. It's part of your religious obligation to stay in the northern Gaza.
Speaking of, how many, let's see, civilian casualties... Afghanistan since 2001. So, since 2001, there were 46,000 civilians killed in the Afghan war. So, yeah, I mean, when you look at the casualty figures, they're not that high, all things considered. So that is a good point. Never understood these dumb fuck vegans who are pro-Palestine. Jesus, what a piece of shit, dude. I hope they all get fucking bombed. Fucking pieces of shit. What? Is that the dog making that noise? All right. Get out, Finn. No, Finn. Ugh. This was not the way I planned, not my intention. I got so brave, drink in hand, lost my discretion. It's not what I'm used to, just want to try you on. I'm curious for your for you caught my attention. I kissed the girl and I liked it. The taste of her cherry chapstick. I kissed the girl just to try it. I hope my boyfriend don't mind it. I mean, my girlfriend. I'm dating a Russian girl I met online. Felt so wrong, it felt so right. Don't mean I'm in love tonight. I kissed the girl and I liked it. I liked it. No, I don't even know your name. It doesn't matter. You're my experimental game. Just human nature. It's not what good girls do. Not how they should behave. My head gets so confused. Hard to obey. I kissed the girl and I liked it. The taste of her cherry chapstick. I kissed the girl just to try it. I hope my boyfriend don't mind it. It felt so wrong, it felt so right. Don't mean I'm in love tonight. I kissed the girl and I liked it. I liked it. Alright. Just to avoid getting copyright issues, I'm gonna end it there. But hope you enjoyed that. Thanks for the donation again, Trannies in Paris. Let's see, Frank.
This in half.
Making bread.
You could weigh it if you want to make sure it's completely even. And now we're going to take each half of the dough and kind of just like fold it over itself a few times and then form like a little ball in the bottom. Kind of twist it. So to illustrate what I'm doing a little better, I'm pulling it, folding it in, pulling it, folding it in, kind of like forming a seam at the bottom, and then I'm kind of like twisting that seam together to close it, and then I'll put this with that seam down over here, forming a ball. Same thing with the other one. So I'll just fold it a few times, form that seam at the bottom, kind of twist it, and then put our nice ball of dough down here. So these are gonna rest 10 minutes and then we can make them into the final shape. So after 15 minutes, the seam on the underside of the bread has closed. So now we can form it into the final shape. You could just leave it like this and you'll have some, you know, kind of sourdough shaped bun loaves. But I usually shape this into more like a baguette. Well, not really a baguette, but just like a longer loaf so that, you know, I can cut slices of bread a bit easier. I just kind of pull it while folding it over itself. I'm sure there's like a correct way to do this. You can look up like how to roll a French baguette and have some weird French dude show you how to do it properly. But this is what I've been doing. I just stretch it out, kind of fold the inside over itself, because you need to build tension. You need to build tension.
Wizardly Rhino donated $2. Have you seen this video of Ben Shapiro?
Hey, I'm Ben Shapiro with Reality Check. A couple of weeks ago, HBO's Bill Maher got into it with the Islamic expert and horrifyingly mediocre actor who should never, ever, 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 ever play Batman, Ben Affleck, over whether Islam...
Yeah, I've seen this. Basically, he goes over like Pew Research stats that like a certain percentage of the Muslim population supported 9/11, shit like that.
Rank these lifts easiest to hardest. Body weight OHP 1.5 times body weight bench 2 times body weight squat 2.5 times body weight deadlift.
Easiest to hardest. Eh. I would say squat 2 times body weight would be the easiest. Actually, no. Body weight overhead press would be easiest. 1.5 times body weight bench would probably be the second easiest, then 2 times body weight squat, then 2.5 times body weight deadlift. Thanks for the donation, Wessex. Appreciate it. Yeah.
In the bread, in order for it to stay upright, if you just stretch it, it's gonna like flop down. So even like folding it over itself and just really pulling it and rolling it. So you guys can see we didn't do, that nice of a job forming this. So keep in mind how you form this dough right now is basically how it's going to look after it's risen and baked. So if you want something really nice and presentable, take your time, roll this symmetrically, make it pretty, but realistically this is just for myself, so I don't really care too much about that. So now this has to rise for about an hour. Since it's a little cold in my kitchen, I'm gonna have this bread rise on the heating pad over here for about an hour. After 40 minutes, we're gonna preheat our oven. So it's a 1 hour total rise time, and to save yourself some waiting, you can preheat the oven. So see you guys in a little bit. So our bread has been rising a little bit. It's actually getting a bit of a crust on top, so I'm gonna put a damp cloth on top. I'm not sure if that's gonna prevent it from rising, but I don't have a spray bottle to spray the top with water. So we're gonna roll with that for now. It should be okay. It's been about 45 minutes, so we're going to start preheating our oven to 425. And I'm going to open my window to air out the kitchen, and it's ice cold, getting pretty cold out now, like 35 degrees. So thankfully it's not a, 3-hour sourdough project. Yeah, the Instant Pot is nice for that initial fermentation, but now with the colder weather, like unless your kitchen's 75 degrees, you're gonna have a very difficult time getting the bread to rise correctly. That fresh air is nice, breathing it in, but not good for the heat bill. So it might take a little longer than an hour. This recipe is actually from King Arthur flour. I think it's called, just type in like sourdough recipe with yeast, and it's called like traditional, I don't know, I'll link the recipe down below from King Arthur flour, but their time for like the ferment in the Instant Pot, 90 minutes is fine. However,
check out these clips of anti-Semites/Nazis/terrorist.
Let me take a look.
Calm down, calm down. You! Get him up! Come down!
Well, what do you expect from a bunch of Muslims?
الحارة كلها يكون فيها منهم كم من واحد.
Israeli security forces interrogated terrorists who also took part in the October 7th massacre. Details how Hamas forces Palestinian civilians to rooftops as human shields.
أكيد اللي بيعمل هيك بيستغل الناس.
سمعت عن أشياء زي هيك الماضي؟
This is like fucking impossible to listen to.
Did Frank forget to pay his utility bill? Why does Frank have a window open? Is that necessary when making sourdough bread?
Frank is paranoid that there isn't enough good air circulation, so he tends to try to leave windows open as much as he can, even if it's cold outside. So I think that's what's going on there. Thanks for the donation, though, James. And no, it's not necessary to do that to make sourdough bread. Well, Hamas has admitted they use human shields. They've admitted that themselves before. But I can guarantee you fucking Hamas fucking cocksuckers will just say, oh, this is fake, this is staged. And they're pieces of crap.
The rise after that depends on the room temperature, so it might take an hour and a half instead of an hour. All right, so it's been a little longer. Our bread has risen a decent amount. I would say probably 2.5 times the size it was, so could probably go a little longer. Maybe we needed to time it a bit better, but we're rolling with this. So we're gonna make just some incisions across the top so it spreads out evenly. So oven's at 425. This should take 25-30 minutes. All right, oven's going off because whether this bread's done or not, I feel like I'm done with this video. All right, looks good. A little hard on the outside. Not too hard though. Ow. Smell good. They look...
Yeah, Frank made another hockey puck.
Okay, pretty passable. And as I said, this is a little hard on the outside, so what you can do is you can wrap it in a towel, and then when you wrap it in a towel, you know, it's going to kind of like steam itself, so the outside is going to be softer. I'm going to wait a little while to do that because I don't want it to steam too much, but...
So if you're making baguettes or you're making loaves like this, what a person who knows what the fuck they're doing will do is they'll put a bit of water in a pan in the oven so that there's a bit of moisture so that the crust doesn't get too hard on the outside.
The bread's good to go. Obviously best, you know, fresh. So the main difference between this and sourdough outside of like...
Almost look like foot mini baguettes.
Yeah, almost, only they're hard as a rock and probably don't taste that great because Frank made them. And he added like sourdough starter to them so they'll taste like shit. Thanks for the donation though, James.
Where the fuck is the dual kick stream, you lazy bitch ass nigga?
I keep forgetting. My memory is fucking horrible, okay? Thanks for the donation though, asshole.
The obvious flavor is I found this is actually pretty tasty even on day 2 and day 3, whereas sourdough is only really good like the first day. So, you know, whether you have some time in the morning and you can make these fresh for lunch or later in the day and have them fresh for dinner, they do taste a bit better the same day. This is a nice size, you know, for me for a lunch sandwich with potato chips. So we might do a recipe or a video soon on a sandwich because look, we got the ham in the pork share, we got roast beef available, we just got some oven roast turkey breast on Frankie's Free Range Meat, so we do have some very high quality healthy deli meats that you can now make a sandwich with, and I think I'm going to try it with the giardiniera. Also, if you want like a Chicago style beef sandwich, you get the beef in beef broth that we have, which is basically stewed beef, and you combine that with the giardiniera on the sandwich. I'm looking forward to trying that too. So that's the recipe for you guys. A lot easier than sourdough. The organic yeast makes it kind of foolproof, kind of simple. We have that available on frankiesfreerangefoods.com as well as the King Arthur bread flour if you guys would like to support me before I completely lose it. But that'll be it for the video, guys. Thanks for joining. Hey, please like and share. I I had to do this twice because I forgot to hit record on one segment, so go figure.
Genius.
Who the hell even is Frank Tufano?
He's some jackass. It's basically who he is. Thanks for the donation, though, Joker. Appreciate it.
Cool, we'll just get your...
My videos and comment that I'm a pedophile, which I take a slight issue with, considering I'm a father and an uncle, and that shit disgusts me. She's one of those people who thinks the internet exists so that her 10-year-old ass can say whatever she wants with no repercussions. She did make her account private because she was afraid of everyone coming to visit her. So my suggestion is you could send her a friend's request, then bomb her page once she accepts. You could simply report her account. But I think it's a good lesson to learn that you can't just say whatever you want and not have repercussions. Have a great day.
Hi, everybody. So the other day I posted a video about a young girl who decided to jump on my videos and leave comments about how I'm a pedophile. And when I approached her about it, she was like, I don't give a fuck. I can do what I want. I can say what I want.
Maybe we should resurrect the killed animals and let them stomp him.
I don't know how to go about doing that, but if you know a way, please share. Thanks for the donation, though, James.
And I was like, cool. And I sent you all to pay her a visit. And many of you did, and thank you for that. Well, her account was called Iona Loves Sean. And it's all about how she's obsessed with her boyfriend, Sean, even though they're 12 years old. Well, today, I found Sean. Now, here's the thing. I don't want anyone to go give Sean hate. Actually, Sean seems like a really sweet guy. If anything, I think Sean deserves better. So I figure there's got to be some followers here that are around the age of 12. Lovely young ladies who are also nice. So why don't you hop over and pay Sean a visit? That is, if you like good-looking young men with chestnut brown hair who also have Australian accents. And maybe explain that he deserves better than someone who's nasty on the inside.
I don't know what I'm supposed to be watching, so some guy falsely accused him, and then he just said, go report their page. Whoopie fucking diddly do.
Because vegan is an unnatural, artificial, top-down, from the elite agenda to destroy our society.
Are you against animal abuse?
Veganism will destroy society. Okay, that's a new one.
I'm against, I don't like animal abuse, but bottom line, the system is the way the system is. And if you want to change it, this isn't going to help.
But you're a part of that system that exploits animals.
I
had to
we were born into that system.
I chose to stop
as you
exploiting
were.
animals, so why don't you?
I had to laugh when I saw it.
I just think it's crazy.
Because you're
There's so
wasting
many-
your
because
time.
These
Animals
people
are
here
being
are taking care
slaughtered,
of their
animals are
animals.
being
You
stabbed,
wanna
animals
have-
are
you-
being...
Some
You wanna
people
have-
took care of their human slaves. Does that justify
We are
slavery?
human slaves to the elites. Exactly the same.
No, it isn't. They
Yes,
don't
it is.
consent to it. Are you being
Do you
forced
consent to
to
the way
dress
the
as a
system is
unicorn and have children ride on your back?
Listen, I'm a member of...
These people sound like Trump voters, but they don't sound like they're from America.
animal rights in Scotland. That is not cruel.
From now on I will make one Dono per stream asking about the dual kick stream. Hopefully someone makes a video compilation of all the times I ask you about it. This will be day 1.
I'll try to remember, okay? Thanks for the donation, asshole.
Cruelty. Yes.
So you're vegan?
Yes. So that's not cruelty.
If you were vegan, then you'd be against animal exploitation and slavery.
Honestly, I just think, right, if you're going to put your time into something, there's so many horrible things going on in the world.
So why are you choosing to pay for animals to be forced into slaughterhouses? Yes, you do. You just said you weren't vegan, so you're paying people. So
All right,
do
hang
you
on.
eat animals?
That is the way that the system is set up. I was born into that system. And yeah, there's lots of things I'd like to change about that system.
So
but
why
I
are
will
you
pick,
still choosing
Because I
to
will
pay
pick
for
my
animal
battles
abuse?
where it will make a difference. I would rather be out protesting about the fact there's 500 people a week dying in Australia because we've been poisoned by the bloody COVID jabs.
You can protest for that too, but you can
Oh my god.
This is from Scotland.
Yeah, they're Scottish. Thanks for the donation, James. They think 500 people per week in Australia are dying because they're vaccinated. She's talking to a fucking real genius. She's not ruining a kid's party. She's just standing there with a sign and fucking people are coming up to heckle her.
Supporting animal abuse.
You can, yes.
So why do you choose to support
But this
animal
isn't
abuse?
a place where you're really helping anyone.
Why do you have such a problem with it, what I choose to do? I speak up for animals and all forms of exploitation.
You know what?
You don't need to touch me, thank you.
You're just wasting your time.
And why are you so triggered by it? Why are you so upset and triggered by it?
Because that is not cruelty.
But why does this upset you so much that someone's trying to stop exploitation?
It's not cruelty.
I said it's slavery.
It's not slavery either.
Why not? Can you explain why it isn't? Can you tell me why it isn't slavery?
If that woman there was bringing her ponies here and didn't give them anything to eat or drink and was dragging
I'm
them
not
around.
talking about that. I'm talking about the fact that they don't consent to having children on their back and being patted all day.
No, because they're bloody animals, they can't talk.
They don't care.
So you don't actually, you just said you cared about animal rights and now you're saying they can't talk, so that...
It's official, Wikipedia is anti-Semitic. Read the first paragraph on this page on how they define Hamas. Wikipedia typically labels terrorists like they are, but with Hamas.
Series coordinated attack.
Actually, I think they may be from Oz.
Well, they call them an Islamist group. It's weird how they won't call Hamas a terrorist organization. I don't think it's really meaningful in the context of this article, but it's kind of strange that they... Like, they did say Islamist militant group. I don't know why they wouldn't say terrorist group. That's a little strange. They may be from Oz? Well, they said Scotland. But, yeah, they do seem pretty out there. Thanks for the donation, though, James.
Justifies enslaving them.
They're not unhappy animals.
How do you know? How do you know they're not unhappy?
You look at the way that they're being cared for. You look at the way that their health is, the way that their coat is. These are not mistreated animals.
So if someone had eaten slaves and fed them well, that justifies...
Yeah, back in the day, people said that about black slaves. Same fucking argument was being used back then. I'm just gonna go brush my teeth. I'll be back in a moment.
I think we should ask Veganism Exposed to keep a tally of every time asshole asks you to stream on Kick. I think that would be an effective way to motivate your stupid fucking lazy ass. As your marketing director, I'm very disappointed. Don't do this again.
Alright, I'll be sure not to do that again. Thanks for the donation, I'm Niagara. Beta and Black Pill donators, did you know there's facial exercises to help develop Chad facial features? I've heard of that stupid shit.
Place the tip of your tongue.
Mewing does not do anything.
Hi vegan Jesus. Can I be vegan if I shove 500 vegan lasagnas inside 499 beehives?
No. Bees don't like lasagna. Thanks for that donation, monkey butt.
Do an impression of Svaria going into detail about his sexual fantasies.
What? Okay, cool. I'll do that impression in a second. Thanks for that donation, faggot. This is dumb as shit. Wow.
Men's Glow Up tip 41 out of 100.
Practice relaxing your eyebrows. This will give you what is known as hunter eyes as opposed to prey eyes. It's just a fierce and mysterious look. Now don't be walking around mean mugging everyone, but it's worth trying out. Fall for the next tip. We got so many left, so lots to come.
Yeah. Okay. Ugh. Here's my impression of Sverige talking about his sexual fantasies. Yeah, so I was thinking about going to Afghanistan and buying a little motorcycle. They have motorcycles in Afghanistan that are around 9-10 years old. And when the motorcycles are around that age, they're better than older motorcycles. And I would like to buy one of those motorcycles, and they're quite cheap in Afghanistan, and I can ride the motorcycle all I want, all day and all night, and because it's a motorcycle, they can't say no. There you go. Thanks for the donation, faggot.
We have human slavery everywhere in the world today.
So does that justify slavery?
Slavery seems to be a part of what the system is just now.
Yeah, but I don't support non-human animal slavery.
Right, but why don't you pick on something where the animals are actually being tortured or abused or murdered?
How do you know I don't? I'm an animal rights activist.
You're not doing it right now. What you're doing is you're out here upsetting children who are with animals that are being well taken care of.
Yes.
This is one of the most minor issues ever.
So you say that they're forced to be out in the sun all day with loud music in their ears and children on their backs and in their faces.
They're well taken care of, and they've tried to put them under shade. They're looking after them.
And does that justify enslaving them to make money for their slave owner? Does that justify it? They're here to make money for their human slave owner.
Do you know what?
So
if something isn't productive, it doesn't get taken care of. So if you'd rather that they were just sent to the knacker's yard and murdered...
No, they could live in a vegan sanctuary where their best interests are met.
And who's going to pay for that?
There are plenty of vegan sanctuaries all over the world. There are people out there who actually care for animals.
I bet you there's not enough of them to look after
there are people out there who care about animals and don't enslave them to make money for them. There's people out there, they don't enslave them or make money off them. That's what this person
So with
is
all
doing.
the animals that don't go there, you're just happy for them to go straight to the knackers?
No,
So they're not going to be
I said they could go to a sanctuary.
There's not enough sanctuaries.
Why do you think they're there in the first
Like, you don't even need a sanctuary. There are people who own pets. So just don't exploit them for, you know, making money. Just own them as a pet.
Can you let me finish a sentence? The amount of animals that are being...
Hi vegan Jesus. Can I be vegan if I buy 600 pounds of ground beef? What a relief, and then come home and hit Ctrl-Z on my jazz-stained keyboard that was manufactured in the Far East by slaves.
Only if you skip the beef part. Thanks for the donation, Monkey Butt. Appreciate it. I spilt a little bit of Diet Coke on my mouse pad.
Used by human beings all around the world. There are some that are tragically being abused, and there are some that are being very well looked after. To take your point and say that they should all be going to a vegan sanctuary when there isn't enough to look after them means.
And why do you think?
They don't need to go to a sanctuary. They just need to stop being exploited for money.
Let me finish. If you were to make your move and get all of them going to sanctuaries, the sanctuaries would be oversubscribed and lots of these animals would die.
Why do you think they're there? Why do you think they're there in the first place?
No, they would die.
Do you know much about supply and demand?
I'm in Holland.
Okay,
I'm involved in logistics.
So why are they there in the first place? Why are animals in the meat, dairy, and egg industries there in the first place?
Economic interest in it.
Yeah,
and that's
because
what makes,
people like yourself are paying for it, right? You're demanding for animals to be abused and murdered for your taste and pleasure, right?
This is what makes the world go round. Economy makes the world go round.
So that justifies abusing and murdering animals?
I've never said that. You'll have to put words in my mouth, and you'll have to talk over me.
No, I'm asking, why are they there in the first place?
If you're going to ask...
I really hate this guy. Like, he clearly is trying to give a justification for why he's supporting animal abuse, while claiming animal abuse is wrong, by saying, oh, it's economic interest and this and that. Then when Tash points out that's not a just, you know, reason to support animal abuse, he says, oh, well, I'm not using that as a justification to support animal abuse. So then he's admitting to just... like making a complete like non sequitur. He's just mentioning something that's not related to the fucking, you know, conversation, or, you know, making an argument that doesn't follow. It's stupid. Like, he's such a dishonest jackass.
Wait till I finish my answer before you start jumping down my throat, okay? They're there because of the way that the economic system has been set up over thousands, over millennia.
No, they're there because you pay people to
No, not because I pay. You're not even listening to my answer.
Every
because
time you eat meat, dairy, and eggs, or wear leather or wool,
you're ignoring my answer. You ask me a question, and then you put words in my mouth, and then you argue with the words that you put in my mouth. No, I'm not.
Yes,
you asked why animals like that. I said because of millennia of economic development throughout humankind.
And why do you choose to support the meat, dairy, and egg industries?
Because where I am able to, I will eat free range and do certain things, but I will make my choice just like you make yours.
So you choose to abuse animals?
I do not choose to abuse animals. I choose to eat animals, and I choose.
Animal abuse.
Yeah, right. Imagine if you just change the word animals with children. I don't choose to abuse children. I just choose to eat children. Like, I don't think there's a meaningful distinction there.
Is it really?
You're putting someone's dead body in your mouth. How
No,
is that
it's an
not
animal.
abuse?
We are built to eat animals. There is no such thing as
abuse
vegan.
doesn't happen in a slaughterhouse?
Of course it does. But abuse happens
But you just said
everywhere. Listen.
you said that's not abusing animals by eating them. But you disagreed that abuse happens in
I'm
a
going to have to
slaughterhouse.
say I can't continue this conversation because you are too interested in listening to the sound of your own voice and putting words in my mouth and arguing with what you are telling me that I think. You don't even listen to what I'm saying, and that's very disappointing. So I'm going to leave.
Yeah, but you're trying to
No, it's very
justify
disappointing.
animal abuse.
No.
You're deflecting. I'm holding you accountable for paying people to force animals into slaughterhouses to have their
you're not
throats
holding
slit,
anyone
and you're
accountable.
saying that you're not
I
the
am
one putting
choosing
them in the
to
slaughterhouse
have a
when
discussion
you are.
with you, but unfortunately, because your mouth keeps running off, you don't use your ears. This is not a conversation. So I'm choosing to leave because you can't converse. Because you're on your high horse,
You can't
shouting
answer
at me.
questions.
I can. You won't let me answer.
Actually, no. Both of you came
won't
up to
let
me.
Like, they both dogpiled on her, and then he's complaining that she's shouting? Richard's dad donated $2. Hey, Vegan Gains, I remember you saying you haven't seen your father in a few years. Well, I found him. Looks like he's doing pretty good.
What? Leap of blood clot smoking at the air. Fucking at the kitchen, she was fucking at the chair. Fucking at the bathroom, cock it up upon the stairs. And when me stepping at the club, every gal a draw near. Every gal a go on bad. Me have the style and pattern to make the gal them go on mad. Pussy have to happy, pussy not fi sad. Pussy have to climax, type pussy you fi have. Shiggity wickedy slam. Lick up me talawa, and pan it long.
Don't think that's my dad, but thanks for the donation, Richard's dad.
Started shouting at me. I was standing here silently and you both came up in my face.
How did you say I shouted? I didn't shout at you at all.
Yeah, but you just accused me of shouting at you, but I was standing here silently and you came up to me.
Because I wanted to talk to you. I wanted to have a conversation, but you're incapable of having one.
Okay.
Because you won't let me
against
answer.
animal abuse?
I've given you my answers. You asked me a really important question. I tried to answer it and you cut me off. That's exceptionally rude. So I've nothing more to say. And it's a
And
shame.
you didn't cut me off, did you?
I couldn't get a word in. I'm trying to answer the questions you're asking me.
Yeah, you keep butting.
And you keep butting in and asking me more and asking me more. And I understand the interview technique. And it is what...
That's a nice deflection. How about the animals you forced into the slaughterhouse?
Of course I explained to you how that happened, but you cut me off.
And what do you
don't
think
even want to
happens
learn.
when you buy meat
What you want to do is you want to stand on here and you want to preach to everyone.
And what happens?
I'm not interested
What
in
happens
that.
when you buy meat, dairy, and eggs?
They're making it for the news, Stephen.
What are you profiting?
It's really sad.
What are you profiting
It's really
when
sad
you buy
that you
meat,
can't have a
dairy, and eggs?
conversation. You can't have a
I'm asking you
conversation.
a question right now. What happens
I've
when you
answered
profit
lots of your
meat, dairy,
questions, and you've overtalked me on every single one. So goodbye, good luck. If I was you, I'd use a better use of your time where animals are
And
actually
what happens to animals
seriously
when you
damaged.
buy meat, dairy, and eggs? What happens when you pay for meat, dairy,
She
and
just
eggs?
wants to ask the same question, Mum.
Yeah,
Get it.
no, that's my business, not yours. Why don't you ask the horses what they
You
feel?
said you're for animal rights, but you
I
eat
do,
them.
I do.
And
Did I
do
say
you
I
eat animals?
No, I don't eat animals.
Do you eat dairy?
No, I don't eat animals.
And
I
anyone
don't
who's
eat.
vegan is an absolute weirdo.
She eats animals.
If I chose
So
to
why are
do
you,
this,
why are you so upset?
if I chose to do it, I would do it. Okay,
And why are you so upset by what I do then?
We're
You don't
upset
eat
because
animals.
you don't converse.
Because you're standing there wasting your time, pet. You know,
Yeah.
these animals aren't being
But I can do what I want, right?
You can.
Yeah,
If I'm not harming someone, so what's the problem?
I'm just saying, I'm animal rights in Scotland, and you're wasting your time on this kind.
Dude, these people are just crazy whack job Karens. My god. Topless vegans give out their breast milk. See this one. Taking the dogs out.
Okay, should I start?
Yes. Kind of funny how Mai's at the door.
Today we are in London and we're going to be doing an interesting artistic demonstration where we'll be dressed as human slaves to represent the slaves in the dairy industry who are subjected to rape, have their children kidnapped from them and murdered if they're born male, and these slaves are also murdered once they are considered no longer profitable to the dairy industry. So this is called humane milk, and it's to show that that word is an oxymoron. There's nothing humane about the dairy industry and taking someone's milk from them. So we'll be dressing, well, undressing, and then putting our costumes on, and we'll have like milk pumps over our breasts to represent the slavery, abuse, torture, rape and murder in the dairy industry. So let's get undressed. I kind of will have to pass you my clothes.
Yeah, that's fine.
So how does this go?
Boobs. Boobs.
Adjusting myself so I look better. Surprisingly,
Yes,
it
the
doesn't
evil
really feel
female
cold.
nipples need to be covered.
Yes.
I'm gonna try and keep the camera steady so there's less editing to do.
Oh yes, that would be great. I don't know how I'm gonna do the pants off thing.
Yeah, just do this for now.
And my whole vagina will come out.
Can you get that?
Huh?
Oh, you got a cover? Yeah.
With tape, we're gonna tape our boobs. I'll have to do it over here.
That's fine.
This is
That's okay.
My body goes through it. A little bit numb.
I'll give you the phone now.
Yes, please.
Yes.
Like you just have to tape it together, I guess.
Yeah,
Tape it together. Yeah. I don't think France would recognize me if I'm not wearing it.
Beautiful. Look at that. Very professional. Pretty cool.
Watch this. There wasn't peaceful coexisting before 1948. Jews weren't welcomed with open arms after the Holocaust.
Well, yeah, no shit. I don't know, like...
that Arabs welcomed Jews with open arms after the Holocaust, because that absolutely isn't true. And no, even before the State of Israel was officially formed in 1948, there wasn't peace in the land, as many people like to say. People weren't peacefully coexisting. Jews were massacred, met with violence, rioted against, and so much more. Pause to read or screenshot or whatever, but all of these are riots and massacres against Jews. This is not a full list, and this doesn't seem very peaceful to me. This is a meeting that took place before 1948. You can recognize him, and he was one of the Arab leaders at the time. This meeting took place. You can read the transcript online. He was in support of Hitler ridding the Jews from the world, and he was asking Hitler how the Jews could be rid from the Arab nations. This is an article from 1933 where Nazis revealed that they were in contact with Arab leaders in hopes of bringing Nazism to the Middle East. Another article, this is from 1936. If everybody was actually peacefully coexisting, why were Arab leaders trying?
Yeah, I know. Thanks for that, Nation Bend Over.
Ideally, if there's anyone kicking off.
Hunting time.
Okay, not sorry, we have to
Do I need
rotate
to take my
it.
Cover your head. It might flip back like that. Like this. Yeah. Perfect. Shoots in all directions. We'll make it work.
Hi, sorry, I've met you, but I haven't had there yet.
Yesterday was closed.
Someone's missing socks. Tash.
Yeah, that's one part for Tash.
Jack.
Yeah.
Tash Jack.
Cool. All good. There we go. Amazing.
Thank you.
No problem. So I just sort of, yeah.
I just put them together.
Okay, that's fine. Great. Ready for
It's just so that everyone's like the same.
Yeah, you guys
otherwise it's like something that.
So we're thinking to go to this Chinese place, fully vegan. It's called Vegan Planet. Are we taking this?
Can I put my jacket?
This is very Austin Powers right now.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Let's do it on the grass so we don't.
You train, will be like a while. You train. Do the other way to
get arrested just for.
No, I did start going to the gym regularly about a year ago.
Okay.
And I haven't been since us being overseas, so I'm feeling very unfit.
She was like, oh yeah, I'm vegan and this and that, so she really into like vegan cheese, vegan burgers and things like that. So I've been vegan for 9 years, but it was more like a vegan.
Yeah.
And she started like.
From our own human species, from the hundreds of women living in my factory,
Surrey. These women have been selected to show the process on the streets of London. I love my women, and I look after them as members of our family, with a high standard of welfare you can trust. Just look at these amazing producers, real showstoppers. In the Humane Milk Factory, our milk comes from women who are bred into existence for the sole purpose of milk production. They're inseminated once a year to keep their milk flowing throughout their lives. We continue to milk them during pregnancy. Any baby boys are shot humanely at birth. The baby girls are fed a good quality formula. We do not allow breastfeeding as it might develop a bond that we find difficult to break. The young girls are fed a good quality organic diet to grow them into fine milk producers with exceptional quality of milk. They are free to roam on lovely green pastures should the British weather permit. We guarantee them a place in our human milk factory as soon as they reach reproductive age.
Just like us!
Animals are sentient beings.
Just like us!
We had a bit of a crowd around us, lots of people taking photos, and obviously we had the speaker acting as if, you know, the milk is humane to tie into the, what's the word? The insanity of labelling any dairy product humane or any animal product humane, because humane means to show compassion and benevolence, and nothing compassionate happens in the dairy industry or any animal exploitation industry. They are slavery industries where they subject non-human people to rape, torture, slavery, abuse and murder. I thought that was quite powerful. You know, we're standing there representing the suffering and exploitation and slavery of the dairy cows, but we have the farmer alongside us saying how humane it is and how delicious our products are. And that's exactly what the dairy and other animal industries are doing. They're labelling it as humane, ethical, tastes good. Yes.
I was actually...
Come in.
Yeah, so on the sideline I was actually listening to a bystander and they said, I'm actually vegetarian and I consume milk, but this definitely has me thinking, and I've been thinking of reducing, but yeah, no, this demonstration or whatever they said was really making them think about their choices and probably thinking about the animal rights perspective and not just an environmental health perspective. So that's pretty cool. I think you're definitely...
Weird-ass dramatic demonstrations like this are a big part of why meat eaters don't like vegans and think they are crazy. You can see that this is weird as shit, yes? You catch more flies with honey than vinegar and this is pure vinegar. Not good PR.
That is a dumb take. So, it was an interesting demonstration, it made sense, and I don't see how in any way that would, I don't know, put a bad taste in somebody's mouth when it comes to the idea of animal rights. Thanks for that donation though, Monkey Butt.
enlightening a lot of people.
That's really great.
Getting them to think.
Yeah. And yeah, I guess the powerful thing about these types of demonstrations is they're so visually capturing, unique and attention grabbing that there's a chance it could grab hopefully some media attention. It has done in the past with similar kind of demonstrations like the human meat tray that I did last year in Sydney that got so much media attention. And because I guess that's like an artistic kind of visualization like this, what this was, it definitely had a different response from the public. I had a lot of people literally congratulating me, like non-vegans congratulating me for being a part of that meat tray because it just hit them differently. I don't think I've ever had a non-vegan really congratulate me after any other protest, apart from obviously if it's hit them and they want to go vegan because of it.
If we could get vegan powers like in Scott Pilgrim, what would you do with them?
I would annihilate meat eaters. I'd go to slaughterhouses and blow them up. Eviscerate everybody who works there. Go to McDonald's, blow everybody up, So yeah. I'd just annihilate meat eaters. Thanks for the donation, veganism. I've actually been having a lot of dreams lately where I have superpowers, and I just, like, annihilate people I don't like. It's really fun. I had a dream where I had, literally Superman's powers, and I was just crushing people with my bare hands, getting giant boulders and smashing people with them, lighting people on fire with my laser beam eyes. It was great. Thanks for the donation, though, again, dude.
Who is radically kind, and Steph from Speciesism WTF. So I thought we'd just start off talking about what we did today. Obviously, you guys did it not that long ago. So how was the experience compared from today when you first did the artistic demonstration?
I think it was a bit different today because, first because of the location.
Yeah.
It was a bit more secluded.
Sure.
So there wasn't as big a crowd. But I still think nonetheless it was really impactful because people were obviously still going in and out and just kind of stood and interested and really receptive to what they were seeing. So either way, I think it was really cool.
Yeah, absolutely.
But the first time we did it, it was like right at where South Bank is. And it's just like a really busy area where people are not even necessarily going to the museum, but just like walking along the river. And yeah, it was just a huge crowd.
Yeah, that's
so
amazing.
It was like shocking.
Yeah, the video footage looked pretty amazing, and you guys grabbed some like media attention with plant-based news, and and so how was seeing the impact after the protest?
I think we weren't prepared for it. Like I just think we didn't even think much of it. We just thought, let's do this, and you know, fuck it, and it'll be great. We'll reach people like in person. It'll be a great way for us to deliver this message in a way that's not really common, I think, in the movement. And it worked really well. And then post demo, it was just like an actual storm of social media, just people just sharing it, and the phones like just going off like all week, and we just weren't prepared for it. But it was great because that you know, it's like it reached so many people that we just had no idea how much impact it would have.
Amazing.
Which is amazing.
I think what made the demo and the installation today very special is not only the shocking factor, so the public would just stand there and then they would really like read what the placard said and really, you know, ask around the outreachers why we were there and what was happening. And like at the previous event, people would drink like the breast milk, which was actually oat milk, and some other people, they react in a very different way. But I think the common factor is that people they were willing to actually listen to what we
career as a filmmaker, and just kind of why I believe in this so much is because
is what vegans do. What
I first kind of jumped inspire someone.
Yeah, I think that was an interesting protest. I like those sorts of protests where
when you dream about having superpowers, do you think about killing me for getting away with saying DR 2 times the other day? Do you think about also killing the veganism exposed guy? He's pretty funny, you got to admit it. What donators do you want to kill?
I can't think of any donators that I want to kill. And no, I didn't dream about killing you. And the veganism exposed guy is not funny. He's just a piece of shit. Thanks for the donation, though. My name is Bitchard. Ugh. Alright, this is something
Guys,
we gotta watch.
we are in that vegan teacher's house. We are living here at the moment, and we're going to show you what it's like to live with the famous That Vegan Teacher.
3, 2, 1, sing! Eating animals is wrong. McDonald's hurting animals.
Let's go have a look. This is all our stuff just packed out in the corner. We have been traveling for 3 months now, so this is our area. And so it's very kind that she invited us into her home. So this is where it all happens. The dancing, the content. She's got all her awesome cards here. Stop paying people to kill for you. This is exactly what you're doing if you're not vegan. You are paying people to stab animals in the throat, to eat their flesh, to steal their milk, their eggs, their skin, their wool, etc. from them. So you have blood on your hands if you're not vegan. She's got all her cool little necklaces, so make sure you follow her. And
Oh. Yeah. Ugh. Ugh. Yeah, I don't know. What do you think? Do you think I should dye my hair gray? Ugh. I don't know. I've been thinking of dyeing my hair gray so I look old. I think it works. Yeah, I think I'm gonna dye my hair gray.
I like this one too, because most people would say they wouldn't eat a cat or a dog, but they'd happily eat birds, cows, pigs, and fish, who are no different. They're sentient individuals and they all want to live just like us. This is the famous Call to God banana, I think. She made an awesome video with that. So she's very creative. And this is the one and only ukulele that she used for her Eating Animals is Wrong McDonald's video. Jack, do you want to play a song for us?
Okay.
All right, let's swap.
I don't know how to play the ukulele.
Yeah, but you're good at it because you do guitar, so I think you should play a song about how you should eat pussy, not animals.
Eating pussy all night long is much better than eating animals.
Very good. Show us your shirt. So eat pussy, not animals.
There's a bit of a stain. Damn.
You ruined the famous shirt.
Alright, you continue with the tour.
Is there anything else in here? Well, there's lots of amazing projects that she's doing here. It's like quite inspiring to see all this stuff.
Do you think evil exists? Don't we all act out of ignorance, with some being more ignorant than others?
Yes, people do commit acts of evil with full knowledge they are committing acts of evil.
Do you remember the movie you saw in the theaters? For me it was the first Madagascar movie. I was born in 2002.
It might have been the Lion King. First movie I've seen in the theaters might have been The Lion King. I'm not sure though. I was born in 1991. Thanks for the donation though, niggas in Paris. When was the Lion King animated film released? '94. Yeah, that makes sense then.
React to this.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was The Lion King.
Most thieves believe.
Thanks for the nation, dude. So yeah, people are... there are people who commit acts of evil with full knowledge they're committing acts of evil. The idea that people only act out of ignorance or something is just bullshit. There are terrible, terrible people who will do shit knowing they're doing something bad. Let me see.
The only question is God going to allow our nation to enter a time of judgment for our collective sins, which his mercy and grace have held back for some time? Or is he going to give us one more chance to restore the foundations and return to him? And we ask that you not give up on our nation, not give us the judgment that we clearly deserve, but that your mercy and grace would guide us through these terrible, troubled waters, and that you would heal our land.
That's right. According to House Speaker Mike Johnson, America is on the brink of facing some ambiguous divine apocalypse because, of course, we're all sinners. But what exactly have you and I done to deserve God's wrath and annihilation? Well, if you're at all familiar with Johnson's extreme religious beliefs, then you probably won't be surprised by his answer to that question. Let's watch.
We all know the terrible state that we're in. The faith in our institutions is as lowest it's ever been in the history of our nation. The culture is so dark and depraved that it almost seems irredeemable at this point. The church attendance in America dropped below 50% for the first time in our history since they began to measure the data 60 years ago. And the number of people who do not believe in absolute truth is now above the majority for the first time.
This guy is gonna get caught watching gay porn. I can guarantee you. This dude looks like a guy who whacks off to fucking dudes sucking each other off.
So 1 in 3 teen girls contemplated suicide last year. 1 in 4 high school students identifies as something other than straight. We're losing the country. But at the same time, this is not unprecedented. There's nothing new under the sun, and there have been great civilizations and societies in the past that God has worked through and saved and redeemed when all hope was lost.
Yeah. Why is this guy the Speaker of the House? That is kind of crazy that a nut job like that would be Speaker of the House. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. Appreciate it.
Stuff here, and she's obviously a very dedicated activist and one of the most impactful, powerful activists animal rights activists, if not the most impactful animal rights activist. Honestly, she has been able to generate hundreds of millions of views through her music, her creativity, and using social media in the way that she does. She's grabbed the attention of celebrities like...
You would look awesome with grey hair and beard, please dye it.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna dye it. Thanks for the donation, Majin Buu.
Gordon Ramsay. He literally responded to her video, which is amazing to get a platform for veganism and animal rights on like his channel as like a world famous chef, and she's obviously grabbed the attention of not only...
Fun fact about Mike Johnson, lol.
Let me take a look, bend over.
Mike Johnson has his own son monitoring his usage of pornography. This is so insane. These people are so weird. And it might actually be a national security risk. Let me explain. Mike Johnson admits that he and his son monitor each other's porn intake.
How much worse will this Christian non-Tulsuim become?
I'm sure they can get pretty bad. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
He has... how do you even explain these things? Mike Johnson has what's called an accountability partner. He is the accountability partner.
Why wouldn't his wife be his accountability partner, like his son? That is so fucking weird.
Of his son, and his son is his accountability partner. They use technology, some kind of Christian covenant app, which will notify the other person about porn consumption. If Mike Johnson watches porn, his son will be notified through this service. And if Mike Johnson's son watches porn, Mike Johnson will be notified. Okay? He talked about this at some event. I guess this was a couple years ago.
That is fucking weird and creepy. This guy is a fucking deranged lunatic. Thanks for the donation, though, Bend Over.
Celebrities, but like famous YouTubers with like tens of millions of subscribers.
Did you just say you're going to diet? I thought you were done cutting.
I said I was going to dye my hair. Thanks for the donation, though. I would have been your daddy. Appreciate it.
And they've made videos of...
I am a Destiny viewer, and hearing you talk and come on stream has convinced me to at least try going vegan. What really stuck out to me was you talking about veganism being about strength of character. As an ultra runner, I always pride myself on that.
Yeah, veganism is definitely something that tests not only like your ability to be logically consistent, but I mean, just so many people, like Destiny included, will have extremely motivated reasoning to, try to explain away why veganism isn't a moral obligation. And even when people come to the conclusion that veganism is a moral obligation, they still won't do it because they'll say it's too hard or it's too inconvenient.
And Mike claims to be a Christian blasphemy.
Yes. Couldn't agree more. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. So yeah, it's something that really says a lot about somebody's character when they actually choose to go vegan. It shows intellectual honesty for one thing, and it also shows that you're actually willing to, have some degree of personal sacrifice to do the right thing, and daily, personal sacrifice. I wouldn't say it's a significant sacrifice, especially these days, like there's so many vegan options, but thanks for the donation, Destiny's Left Nut. Appreciate it.
About her, and it's just amazing. It's so cool to be here. She's just such a unique activist. So I think we should show you the kitchen now because it's really cute. So let's go to the kitchen. It's very colourful. She's all about colourful ways to bring the message. So we've got the kitchen chairs, vegan, and don't be vegetarian, be vegan, because vegetarianism is the exact opposite of veganism, because vegetarians pay for animals to be raped, enslaved, tortured, abused, and murdered in the dairy, egg, honey, leather, wool, fur industries. Well, I know some vegetarians choose not to wear animal skin, but they'll pay for dairy cows to be raped and murdered. So it doesn't make sense morally. It's not morally consistent. And to be morally consistent means to be vegan and to stop abusing animals. So I like that message. And she's got all her other cool messages here. Veganism is a social justice movement. Be brave, be vegan. I love it. And we've even got messages on the cute little fridge here. This is an Italian apartment. It's very cute. What does this say? Zoom in. When you die, will you be remembered as an animal abuser or an animal defender? Are you vegan? So she's just got these powerful messages that she's always bringing into her videos, and she's getting millions of people, particularly the younger generations as well, which is amazing, to grab their attention. They're the future, right? And she's grabbing their attention through all these messages and creativity.
What's your favorite gun to shoot? Also, dye your hair blue like Vegeta.
Favorite gun I've shot so far is probably the, let me see.
React to this.
Yeah, the Revolutionary Armory R4. This is a pretty fun gun. At least when it works. Had issues last time shooting it because the shells that me and my buddy were using had too large of a rim. But when this gun's working with good ammo that's compatible with the gun, it's pretty fucking dope. Aside from that, I'd say Glock 17. Glock 17's a really nice gun.
I think that vegan teacher goes too far when she talks about hanging cosmic skeptic. I agree he's wrong, but whether we like it or not, we have to care about optics to some extent, and what she says is cancer to the movement and converting others.
That is bullshit. Cosmic Skeptic should be hung, drawn, and quartered. He is a piece of crap. I don't think she's bad for the movement optically.
Svaria reacts to vegan booty protest. Please react.
I don't think I'm really interested in
What's up, guys?
watching that dude. What's he gonna do? Like,
Just really move.
Integrity.
Yeah. How's it going with Turkey Tom?
Turkey Tom is not vegan, unfortunately. He said he just can't be fucked to change his diet and lifestyle around. He said it's too difficult for him, which is pretty lame. He admitted, though, that it is a bad excuse. But, yeah, he at least has the intellectual honesty to admit he's wrong for doing that. But the documentary is going to come out pretty soon. I think he said in about a week's time it'll be released. So that should be good. There's a big promotion for the documentary Dominion in that documentary. So it's going to be a good documentary to introduce people to an animal rights message. Thanks for that donation, Veganism. I might react to this, maybe, but this is probably just going to be boring as shit. So yeah, Omni Vegan.
Since the beginning.
Okay, Dodo wants me to react to this. Yeah, omni-vegan. Vegan teacher is not bad for the movement optically. We have to be intellectually honest, and the intellectually honest thing to admit is that, yeah, Cosmic Skeptic does not deserve to live. Yeah, that was a pretty sick gun. So yeah, the shells we were shooting had an especially large rim for some reason, and they tended to cause either failure to eject or the feeder ramp. They'd get stuck on the feeder ramp. So you'd get failure to feed. So yeah, there's a failure to eject. So that's the last time I went shooting.
Beginning of the Biden administration's whole of government crusade against so-called junk fees, it has been clear that the president and his officials are just targeting fees and practices that go against their own objectives, preferences.
House Republicans were definitely mask off, making it very clear that they want Americans to continue paying so-called junk fees, which are costly and only end up screwing them while making corporate donors for the Republican parties wealthier. Now, you just watched South Carolina Representative Ralph Norman speak out in favor of protecting those junk fees, which of course the FTC under the leadership of Lena Khan moved to ban. In other words, your tax dollars are paying the salaries of a man who is openly arguing in favor of corporations' rights to exploit you through misleading, absolutely misleading and unnecessary fees. So we'll explain just how much those so-called junk fees cost Americans.
You Patrick Baberman and Brain Turner are all fat blobs and I have destiny right nut in my mouth, ha ha ha, fight me, I just farted, also dye your hair purple, my name is Mike, I like eating pickles and peanut butter, you like pickles in your butt and PB on balls.
Yes, thank you for that, lingering looker. Appreciate the donation, dude.
In just a second, but I think it's important to first watch a little more of what Representative Norman had to say yesterday.
Mr. Speaker, my amendment would prohibit funding from being used to carry out the actions described in Biden's October 31st fact sheet regarding cracking down on so-called junk fees that we've heard a lot of tonight. Specifically, this amendment would prevent funding from being used to implement the Department of Labor's controversial effort to crack down on so-called junk fees in retirement investing that could easily result and will result in higher fees and fewer investment options for hardworking Americans.
I don't know what junk fees are.
Oh, would you ever dyed blondish for a Chris Brown look?
When I use bleach, my hair turns blonde. But no, I wouldn't dye my hair blonde. Thanks for the donation, though. I would have been your daddy.
Since the beginning of the Biden administration's whole of government crusade against so-called junk fees, it has been clear that the president and his officials are just targeting.
Oh come on, didn't these scumbags already making out money back when they sociopathically profited off of those who died during the pandemic?
How would they have made money off of people who died during the pandemic? I don't know how that would make them money. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Targeting fees and practices that go against their own.
Did you go to the dog park, or did you just take him for a walk? Okay. Dog there.
Is it just the light, or did you do something with your eyebrows and your beard?
Yeah, I put chalk on to make it gray.
Objectives, preferences. The administration can't even define what a junk fee is.
Yeah, the administration actually can perfectly define what the junk fees are. In fact, we'll get to the White House fact sheet in just a moment. But I do think it's worth
Yeah,
talking.
I'm gonna dye my hair gray. So I look old. What do you mean, why?
Yeah, why?
I don't know. Don't you think I look good old?
No, it looks weird.
What do you mean?
You're not old. You
Yeah, but I'd look old.
just have gray hair.
Yeah, it's fine.
Talking a little bit about what Norman's trying to do here. He is introducing an amendment that helps to protect those junk fees. And I'll tell you exactly.
Well, that's Republicans for you.
And she's changing a lot of people to become vegan and animal rights activists. And she told us that she painted all of this, which is very cute. So I think she's just in the process of making.
Would you agree that this newly released audio tape of Trump proves criminal intent in his J6 election interference criminal case? I bet Special Prosecutor Jack Smith's having a field day.
Let me take a look.
And the Secret Service said, you can't. And then by the time I would have, and then when I got back, I wanted to go back. I was thinking about going back during the problem to stop the problem, doing it myself. Secret Service didn't like that idea too much. So what? I could have done that, and you know what? I would have been very well received. Don't forget, the people that went to Washington that day, in my opinion, they went because they thought the election was rigged. That's why they went.
Oh boy, that is not good for him to have said that. Yeah, dude, that is extraordinarily damning evidence against him.
I was going to, and the Secret Service said, you can't. And
yeah, that is super, super damning evidence against him, dude. He's pretty fucked. That's funny. So he's admitting he could have called off the crowd, and he's admitting they were there because they thought the election was rigged. That is bad. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben. Richard Salty Cum donated $2. React to this video and read the comment section to see the hilarious cope.
Top 6 ways to lower your cholesterol.
The last one's going to upset people.
Okay, so number 1 is eating a heart-healthy diet. So that's reducing things like trans fats, saturated fats, increasing your omega-3s.
Increasing omega-3 intake doesn't really reduce your cholesterol score.
And increasing your fiber intake.
Next one is exercise most days. Just exercise most days.
Just get out there, do something. Number 3 is quit smoking. This has been shown to increase your HDL cholesterol, which is good for you.
And doesn't count.
Smoking doesn't really affect your serum cholesterol, but it does affect heart disease risk.
If you start smoking, just quit.
Just quit.
Next one's lose weight.
Lose weight. So staying a healthy weight has many, many health benefits.
Yeah, so losing weight will lower your cholesterol.
That's one of them is your cholesterol. Number 5 is reduce.
On the topic of climate change, do you think an average individual in a first world country has a moral obligation for some sacrifice or change in their everyday life? The same way you might argue it's a moral obligation to be vegan.
No. I don't see how increasing carbon emissions is necessarily a rights violation when you're talking about a single individual doing it. So, exercising increases your carbon output because you're breathing more. Are you violating the rights of anybody by doing that? Are you, like, how many animals are dying? How many people are being killed because you drove your car rather than took a bus? Like, when you're talking about on an individual level, you're just not violating the rights of anybody by, you know, doing something that may have a higher carbon output than another thing. So I don't think you're obligated to. The only obligation I could see you would have is if what you're doing is violating the rights of another being. Thanks for the donation, though, UEU.
Reduce your alcohol consumption. So be sensible. We have other videos about this. It's just not good for your cholesterol.
If that didn't upset you, my last one is pharmacology. Take medicines for it.
Right, so certain individuals have significant benefit from taking drugs. I hate to even say it, statins, worth considering and a discussion with your doctor.
Yeah, so I agree. A lot of people cannot get their cholesterol to a healthy level through diet and exercise alone. So you may need to take cholesterol-lowering medications.
Doctor.
So I agree with that video. That is a good video. Read the comment section. I did the carnivore diet for years. My cholesterol skyrocketed. Now I can lower my cholesterol. My doctors say it's high and bad for my heart health. Thanks, docs. Saturated fats are good. Stop lying. Also, statins are dangerous. Jesus. You are using old debunked science. There is nothing wrong with high cholesterol. Oh my god, dude. Saturated fats are fine. They pose no risk at all. It's the trans fats plus carbs and sugar that do the damage along with smoking and alcohol. Why are there still so many fucking retards, dude? Like, it has to be the most well-researched like aspect of human health, heart disease, and people still deny the fact that cholesterol is related to heart disease. And it is the most well-researched aspect of human health, arguably. Just because it's the #1 killer, so much money has been, put into heart disease research and developing drugs to treat it and shit. And people still deny that cholesterol is related. It's just insane. People are dumb.
Maybe putting some messages up here, but we've got a little cup here. Cow's milk is for baby cows. No shit, you're not a fucking baby cow, so stop stealing the milk from mothers who were raped and had their babies taken away from them. And the male calves are murdered because they don't produce milk. The dairy industry is violent, rape, abuse, and murder. So I like that. And I think that's it of the tour. And obviously we're going to get her on camera soon and show you what it's like living with the famous That Vegan Teacher. End this Holocaust. WatchDominion.com. If you're not vegan, you're an animal abuser. Dairy is rape. Meat is murder. Katie's house. We're having sex.
Wandering astronaut donated $2. Can you believe that people were so stupid back in the 1600s to think that people were witches? There's still people to this day that are killed for witchcraft. They killed innocent people in very horrific manners. Usually people were accused of being a witch out of spite, so glad I'm living in this era. If you go to some shithole African countries, there's still people who are killed for witchcraft. It's fucking crazy. Human stupidity like never fucking ends, dude. Thanks for the donation though, Wandering Astronaut.
What the fuck, Jack? Keep going. Why not?
We got in trouble.
Yeah, we should do what you.
I hear you. You know, these would really look good on Jack, actually.
Yeah, I think they would.
Jack, these are perfect for you.
Maybe
You know,
the white ones.
Especially for the OnlyFans. I think it's white. Yeah, white maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, you were the
It's a
way.
lot to hold in.
There you go. There you go. Here you go, Jack. I'll buy those for you, okay?
Thank you.
Just a gift from me to you.
I like that.
That's my style, full of colors, and we're trying to figure out if it's vegan or not. And we've all decided we can't see the label, but it definitely feels.
Yeah,
like
it does
polyester.
feel like it probably is
Yeah.
synthetic materials, which is good.
Cool. Scusi? It's funny that she doesn't think of wool. I think it is because in French, laine is
So how is it spelt?
L-A-N-A. Wait, where did it go?
Yeah. Yeah. Wool.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
All right, so we decided to ask the lady, and she said, no, there's no animal products in here. And then she said, look, it's viscose and lana. But I don't know Italian, but I knew that in French, laine means wool. So there you go. It seemed so nice at first, and then we realized that there's some wool in here, which is really sad. So
very sad.
Not buying that.
No, absolutely not.
What about these? Do you think they're stuffed with feathers? Let's check.
Potentially, but it is cheaper, so it might be synthetic. Yeah, 100% polyester. So no one's feathers are in there, which is good. So that means it's vegan.
That's vegan.
No one was exploited for this jacket.
Yeah, I like these, and my husband said, I don't get them. I don't understand why you get a jacket without arms. Because that's the part of him that gets cold. What else do we got?
Yeah, I don't understand vests either. They're fucking stupid. Like, your arms get cold.
Sorry, my finger's kind of not working that great. I'm trying to
I
hold
can,
the camera, but if you can...
I'm not seeing any...
Is this, Mantelia?
Oh, here. Lana, cashmere.
Oh, okay, so here we have more animal products. It's, yeah. Non-vegan, not vegan. Animali.
Sì, ciao.
I find it cute.
I'm not even seeing any tags in here.
What? But it's got to. This has to be vegan though, come on, right?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Qui la taglia, dalla small alla 2X. Is this a vegan? Vegana? No animali? Lana? No lana?
No, è cotone questo, madame.
Cotone
E
and-
questo è impermeabile.
Okay, okay, yeah. All right, so apparently this is vegan. But how much is it? There's not a lot of information.
No, there isn't a lot of information.
Alright, favorite color is blue, and I would probably get, yeah, I like the light blue too. Reminds me of the coat I had when I was young, but I also like the purple. But you know, I also like the khaki sometimes for that earthy tone, so I have to get, that's why I never go shopping, because I get 3 of everything. Anyways. Wonder why my closets are stuffed full. Why do you like the shape?
I don't know, it just looks familiar. Yeah, it does.
Yeah, it's a good shape.
Yeah. Yeah.
Actually, I just cats are causing me animals to suffer. Screamed before they were murdered. The hardest part of the market. See right here. Only part of it. Chickens over there. really sad. I don't understand why they don't have giant sections where they sell. Most people don't realize that cheese comes from a cycle of violence, where the baby cows are taken away from their mothers, and they are killed. If they're boys, they're turned into veal.
One of Charlie Kirk's employees got beat up for looking Jewish. Charlie Kirk. Oh, him. Yeah, he is a piece of shit. I fucking hate him. That's not surprising, given the current political state of things.
They're girls that put back into a cycle of violence. You're not a baby. We want to show the Watch Dominion part, okay? So here's the shirt that Tash is wearing today, and this says it all. This poor pig is actually being confined, her babies there, and sometimes they accidentally step on them and kill them. And this is something that you can prevent if you don't buy any more meat in the future. Right, Tash? Exactly. Go to watchdominion.com to see the truth, see what is happening, and be vegan from now on. Horses here, filming for their videos. Tash has a microphone here that's wireless. It's attached to the camera over there. Oh.
Yeah, that's Italians for you. They really love their processed meat.
So these are the bodies of the Holocaust victims rotating around. Chickens who were just 6 weeks old, shackled by the feet, electrocuted in a bath of water, and then they had their throats slit just for all these people to devour in their bodies, their flesh, which is completely unnecessary because we can thrive without eating these Holocaust victims' bodies.
Ready?
Stay vegan, eat tomatoes.
Woo.
Since animals are killed by the plant foods industries, vegans support animal murder too, just less of it. Veganism is a morally good thing to do, but it's hypocritical to judge someone for supporting animal murder when you do as well.
Vegans do not support animal murder, you're a fucking moron. Thanks for the donation, monkey.
Yeah? Action.
Stay vegan and eat your peaches.
Yeah. Woo. Okay, Sarah. Okay, ready? 3, 2.
Donators, I am also very interested in the witchcraft history. Found a really good scene from a movie. It's only 2 minutes long. Can you please react? Video unavailable. Season of the Witch. What movie was this?
There is a whisper throughout the land.
Oh, I fucking love this movie with Nicolas Cage. It's great. And Ron Perlman. That was a funny movie. Yeah, that's not a historically accurate movie, but thanks for the donation, Dodo.
2, 1. Stay vegan and eat whatever the hell these are.
We have no idea.
What are they?
We're not the best vegan. I don't know. I thought they were like soybeans, but they're I don't know. Let us know. Google it. Let us know. We're sure they're vegan though. They don't look like an animal.
No,
Let's go
they're vegan.
Yeah, go vegan.
Got tongue-tied. Soy is normal. Soy is normal. Soy is normal milk.
Okay,
not
so we're at
cow's
this restaurant
milk.
and we just ordered our vegan drinks, and we specified that we wanted oat milk or soy milk, and we were told later, well, what is it you wanted again? Was it soy milk or normal milk? And Tash and I looked at each other with this look like, soy is normal milk for adults.
Soy is normal milk. Soy is normal milk, not breast.
Charlie Kirk defended Elon Musk's anti-Semitic affirming tweet and doubles down and claims that Jews are anti-white and spews the same hateful rhetoric of the KKK.
That is insane.
Charlie Kirk. He plays a Stop Anti-Semitism sort of PSA. And then he goes into this, which is like the extension of what Tucker and Candace are saying.
Yeah, that's what they're saying.
This person, the artist formerly known as Eric. Quote, okay, Jewish communities have been pushing the exact kind of dialectical hatred against whites that they claim to want people to stop using against them. I am deeply disinterested in giving the tiniest swear word, let's just say tiniest crap, now about Western Jewish populations coming to the disturbing realization that those hordes of minorities that support flooding their country don't exactly like them too much. You want truth said to your face? There it is.
Okay, now pause it. I should just say, Charlie Kirk is reading off a tweet that Elon Musk responded to. I don't know if he quote tweeted it, but he responded to by saying like, this is all true.
That's so correct.
And or that's so correct. And what this tweet is saying is that like it was similar to what Tucker and Candace Owens were saying, which is they didn't say anything before. They sort of nurtured this anti-white stuff, and that's this is what you get. But here's Kirk going further.
Now, let me just say, this is not a very well-written tweet. It's very confusing. I'll go through what they're basically saying here. Half of this tweet is true, half of it I don't like. You want the truth said to your face? There it is.
Kid Boo donated $2 based. Let me see.
40% of my paycheck in taxes? Most definitely. And then after you tax my check, you gonna tax me on anything I spend with the money left from my check that you already taxed. Oh, you getting it now? You this close. You this close to getting ready to chase the American dream. So let me get this shit straight. Bitch, you gonna tax my whole check. Give me what's left. Then I'm gonna spend that on something. And you're gonna tax me again for spending money that was already taxed. And after I buy something, I have to pay taxes on that. Or else you're gonna take it from me because I didn't pay taxes. Yes, and if you do that real hard and just pull up on your bootstraps with all your might, you'll make it in this country. Bro, that sounds like some fucking bullshit. If I gotta pay taxes on anything that exists forever, anytime, always, every day, or else I fucking get my shit took or go to prison.
Oh my god, that's a stupid fucking video. So, sales tax is a significant, it significantly impacts the spending power of the very poor, but sales tax would be higher if there wasn't income tax. So, and again, there's federal income tax brackets and there's a progressive tax system. If you're not making much money, 40% of your fucking income isn't getting taken away. That's just bullshit. What is the tax bracket even? US 4% tax bracket. You have to make over $500,000 to be taxed 37% for income tax. So if you're average American, you're only getting taxed about 12%. So $11,000 to $44,000. That's average. That's average income for the U.S. So yeah, I don't know where he's getting the fucking 40-something% figure. That's just insane. If you're making $500,000 and you're paying 44% in taxes, or no, 37% in taxes, guess what? You're fine. You can make it. That's just retarded.
Elon responds and he says, you have said the actual truth. Now, we don't know what part Elon is saying is the actual truth. So let's go through this. Again, it's double negatives and misuse of the word disinterested. It's a strange tweet that Elon pinpointed on here. But the first part is absolutely true. Let's go to this. Jewish communities have been pushing the exact kind of hatred against whites that they claim to want people to stop using against them. Now, I don't like generalizations. Not every Jewish.
There are still animal deaths from plant foods. You're still supporting animal murder, just less of it.
Yeah, there's deaths. That doesn't mean it's murder. So are you supporting human murder by buying any fucking products? Because guess what? Especially in any industry that uses heavy machinery, there's going to be human deaths. So say if you buy a diamond, the people responsible for, laying dynamite and blowing open a cave tunnel or something and using like Big Mac trucks to move like large amounts of sand and shit. There's going to be deaths in that sort of industry just because of heavy machinery being used. Do you support human murder because you bought a diamond? Do you support human murder because there's, deaths in the oil industry? If you work on an oil rig, it's an extremely dangerous job. So because people die on an oil rig, are you supporting human murder by driving a car? That's not murder, you stupid fuck. Oh my god, I think you're just trying to troll me. Thanks for the nation, dummy.
Person believes that. But it is true, the Anti-Defamation League was part and parcel with Black Lives Matter. It is true that some of the largest financiers of left-wing, anti-white causes have been Jewish Americans. They went all in on woke, and it wasn't just ADL. It was some of the top Jewish organizations in the country that have done that. In fact, we have seen this with the recent retreat of Jewish donations that are no longer going to be administered to colleges, right? Mark Rowan, Leon Copperman. Can we get that full list? It's very powerful. The part of the so that's totally true.
Can we
And by
get
the way,
that
Tucker,
full list that we've compiled of Jews? It's very powerful.
How much do you look like your parents? Like, is it 100% obvious, or do they not look like you that much?
I look most like my mom. If you ever see my mom, it's obvious we're related. I just look like a man version of her, basically. So, yeah. But I don't look that much like my dad. A little bit. Eyes are kind of similar, I think. But I pretty much look like a man version of my mom. Thanks for the donation, Randomer.
This is really... This is Charlie Kirk just picking up the mantle from Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson, just going a little bit farther with it. And of course, Elon Musk went all the way. But continue. Let's pull up that list of Jews who have been funding all the black stuff, but now they're upset because they're coming.
Yeah. It's not like any of that stuff. Like, for instance, looking at this country's racial history or the way it treated women or whatever. It's not like there's any sort of organic demand to study that sort of stuff. It must come from the dastardly donors.
The number one, maybe not number one, maybe number 2 or 3 prominent dynamic in white supremacy thought. Full-on racist. I'm talking KKK, I'm talking neo-Nazi stuff. They must reconcile the question, if black people are so inferior, brown people are so inferior, why are we competing with them? Why do we have to compete with them? Why are we not easily dominating them? And the way they reconcile that question, this is throughout KKK neo-Nazi ideology, is because the Jews are manipulating things to use the blacks, to use the immigrants as a way of defeating the white people. That is classic racist, full-on racist, hardcore racist sort of algorithmic stuff.
Protocols of those of Zion.
There you go. And so that's what's going on here. When they say these Jews were funding all the BLM stuff on these campuses, this fits in very nicely into this sort of like mold that the KKK, the neo-Nazi ideology, has constructed.
Jewish Americans. They went all in on woke, and it wasn't just ADL. It was some of the top Jewish organizations in the country that have done that. In fact, we have seen this with the recent retreat of Jewish donations that are no longer going to be administered to colleges, right? Mark Rowan, Leon Kopperman. Can we get that full list? It's very powerful. The part of so that's totally true. And by the way, Tucker Carlson reinforces this. So I'm going to it was quite a day on the internet. Tucker Carlson was interviewing Candace Owens. We have Candace Owens coming up next hour. And Tucker Carlson mentions that Jewish Americans have primarily been financing cultural Marxist ideas. We said this, by the way, last week, and people came after us.
We were on top of it.
We actually said it in a different way. We said, I'm glad that Jewish Americans are reconsidering their financing of cultural Marxism. And people misunderstood it intentionally and slandered us as being anti-Semites. But listen to this. Tucker Carlson is completely correct by saying this, that the philosophical foundation of anti-whiteness has been largely financed by Jewish donors in the country. Play cut 90.
That is insane conspiratorial whack job horseshit.
There you go.
Insane.
There you go. There you go.
It's John Birch all over again.
Totally. They've come home, ladies and gentlemen. They have come home. And this isn't just Charlie Kirk in his basement. His radio show is broadcast across the country.
I mean, this is basically the follow-up to the Candace thing with Tucker, and I'm sure she didn't correct him on any of the more explicit ways he said that versus what she said on Tucker.
Yeah, that is fucking crazy. The amount of anti-Semitism on both the right and left wing is just astounding.
Milk. That's not normal for us. That's for baby cows. Soy milk. Okay, so we're just walking from the cafe and we created some TikTok videos with Miss Katie. And we did this really cool questionnaire where Jack was playing the non-vegan and he was asking all the typical questions with us and we would both respond. So we and yeah, it was a really cool video. And we're having lots of fun. So, and now we're on our way to try some Italian vegan pizza. I'm excited to try it.
Yeah. So, we'll see you there and we'll give it a little bit of a taste test.
Yes.
And enjoy the day.
So over here also they have a big stage usually up there, and there's lots of different concerts. There's one whole thing for gamers.
You know Patrick the Boobyman, right? Mm-hmm. I'm not sure if you know, but he's actually making an animal rights video game.
In some places.
Great. And yeah, so at his speech at the camp out, he was just talking about how he's creating his animal rights video game and showed a bit of a preview. And it's the character is like you play the role of liberating animals, the meat and dairy industry. Mm-hmm. So sort of starting from the role of most people, well, a lot of people already having awareness about animal testing and that.
I am going to be working 60 hours a week, serving on weekends and 9 to 5 work from home weekdays. Since I'm young, it won't fuck with my health, right? Elon Musk says he went from working 80 hours a week to almost 120 hours from having to manage Twitter.
He does not work that much. He lies about how much he works. He's one of the biggest bullshitters that's ever walked the earth. Elon Musk doesn't work anywhere near that much. You can track how often he tweets and uses Twitter and estimate how much he actually works during the day. And he probably has about a 4 to 6 hour workday, realistically. Thanks for the... Oh yeah, and I mean, the things that affect your health are cumulative. As a younger person, you're going to be able to better deal with stress compared to an older person. So, if you're doing 60-hour work weeks, yeah, if you're younger, you're going to be able to better deal with and recover from that stress. Doesn't mean it's not bad for you, but you're just more capable of dealing with those sorts of stresses. Thanks for the donation, though, Gohan.
So feeling good about themselves, and then it's like, oh, now I'm saving the victims of who I'm actually eating. And I just thought, wow, that's actually a really good idea.
Oh yeah,
It's so
4 to 6 hours as a CEO. Yeah, right. What do you think Elon Musk does? Buddy, like, the guy made a racist tweet accusing Jews of promoting racism against other races. He got most of the advertisement, taken down off of... He got most of the advertisers to pull out of Twitter again. Like, what do you think he does all day? Nothing. He's a fucking idiot. He's a bumbling buffoon. He can't code. He can't run a company. He fucking uses Twitter and social media all day. You can look at how often he travels. You can look at his plane flights are public. Well, like, he doesn't work like fucking 120-hour work weeks. It's stupid. You're an idiot if you fucking believe that he works 120 hours a week. He just delegates tasks. Cute Games and Tellers think you might like this. Let me see. Oh, wow. It's a nice deer. Oh my god. Wow. That's a nice deer. So friendly. Oh my god. Those deer pellets? Oh my god. Wow. Yes. Deer like deer pellets. Those are some nice deer. Yeah.
Whenever I see Palestine flags, I will forever see this true version of the flag.
Yep. It'll be interesting to see what happens after the Israeli invasion into Gaza. I don't know if it's really a good idea to... Well, first of all, Gaza should be... They should get rid of Gaza and just expand the West Bank. I think that would make the most sense. But thanks for the donation, Bend Over. Wow.
Yeah.
Deer like carrots. That's amazing. Oh my god. Listen to that munching.
Who wants a carrot? Maybe you do too. How about you, buddy? How about you? How about you, mister? How about you, lady? Someone have a carrot.
Okay. Oh. Those deer are really cute and pretty. Oh. Camels like carrots? Yes. Camel eat carrot.
Aspetta, fagli mangiare.
Oh yeah, it's crazy. Camels can eat cacti. It's nuts how they can eat that shit. Wow. Those are monkeys eating bananas. Thank you for the donation, Cute Gains. Appreciate it.
Oh, it's only one. It must be one. I heard a bell and I thought, oh, it's gonna ring a lot. Why not ring? Two. One. Oh, mine's backwards.
It is.
Richard, have you been stressed out lately? You're going grey. E-I-E-I-O. 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 E-I-E-I-O.
As a matter of fact, I have been stressed out lately. And I am going more gray. But thanks for the donation, Trevor.
You can film this.
Okay, good.
It's funny. I don't. Is it? No.
Do it.
Is it? I'm too fat.
No, you're not. You're in amazing shape.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, she's in great shape.
That's right.
Ready for action.
There you go.
Never give up.
Never ever give up.
I am eagerly waiting for the day where I wake up and see the propagandistic ideologue Mr. Musk croaks from a heart attack. That will be a good day for humanity.
Yeah, Elon Musk, Donald Trump, all the conservatives I hate, all the pro-Palestinian protesters that are fucking like fascist whack jobs. That would all be great for them to croak. Thanks for the donation though, Josh.
Never give up on the animals. Never stop trying to defend them. Never steal their milk, their eggs, their bodies, or their lives.
Watch Dominion.com for the truth.
Listen to her.
What have you got here?
Bread,
Bread?
pizza.
Pizza?
Whoa, big zucchini slabs.
Yeah.
You have something yellow on yours that we don't have. I'm jealous.
What? Oh.
What is But the crust seems nice.
Pepperoni italiani.
Pepperoni.
Yeah.
Pepperoni does not mean pepperoni. It means
Bell pepper.
peppers.
Yeah. And what don't we have on ours above your head?
I know.
Breast milk.
Yeah.
No breast milk.
Yeah. No cheese necessary. And if you guys ever want to have pizza that's a little more oomphy, because you're missing the cheese, you can always just add olive oil, right? Because what is cheese really? It's just fat and salt, right? So you can drizzle this. I'm gonna drizzle this all on my edges there. They look a bit naked and sad.
They do look a bit naked
They
and
look,
sad.
see, she agrees.
I like them naked and sad.
Yeah.
That sounds so bad. Okay.
Yeah, okay, wait, let's redo that. Ah, look what I found. I do have something yellow.
Oh.
All right, I'm gonna have to spread that out.
It looks like way too many peppers on that pizza.
Some kid is screaming because their parents giving them animals to eat, raping their vegan virginity away from them. Stop it. Not good.
Please sing as Blaha smile.
Alright, I shall fulfill your request, sir. Thanks for the donation, Wilma. Oh, I come from a land, from a faraway place, where the caravan camels roam, where it's flat and immense, and the heat is intense. It's barbaric, but hey, it's home. When the wind from the east, and the sun from the west, and the sand in the glass is right. Come on down, stop on by, hop a carpet and fly to another Arabian night. Arabian Nights, like Arabian days, more often than not, are hotter than hot, in a lot of good ways. Arabian Nights, meet Arabian moons. A fool off his guard could fall and fall hard, out there on the dunes. That's terrorist music. When you see kids in schools singing the song, they are a terrorist, which makes them treasonous. And that means they should be put to death and executed on live TV. There you go. Hope you enjoyed that, Wilma. Thanks again.
She does weird things like that, where it's like, okay.
Animals. Speak about the animals.
I'm just trying to figure out. I thought it was an ocean theme, but I'm incorrect.
Okay, so no, don't film yet. We haven't rehearsed.
It's fine.
Okay.
Jack.
Okay, so what we see here is that is the old-fashioned what's it called? Fans only. Before this is fans only before
2 centuries ago, before OnlyFans was created.
This is the original OnlyFans, yeah. Sorry.
Fans only.
Talk about the animals. What is that? A squash?
I think Mr. Worm is eating a squash.
No, it grew out of this head.
I think that's supposed to be a pear.
Like that. No, I don't know. Santa is vegan now. Santa is vegan now. The Pope.
Oh man, Pope figure.
The Pope is vegan now.
That's hilarious.
The Pope is vegan now.
I would definitely buy a Pope action figure if I saw it in a store.
Pope is vegan now. The Pope no longer eats any chickens, pigs, or cow. The Pope is vegan now. Wonderful.
The Pope is not an animal abuser.
I like.
Speak about the animals. Speak about the animals. Okay, so when you have a little kid who's been potty trained, what you do is you sit with them calmly and you remind them that the reason that their poop is so nice and beautiful is because they're vegan. And that they should never ever eat animals. Otherwise their poop's going to be really hard.
Constipation.
Constipation. Exactly. So, you know, as long as your sweetheart's poop is greenish, it's kind of good because it means they're eating lots of spinach and kale.
Yeah.
Yes.
As long as your forearm, you know you're doing well.
Yeah, your poop should be this long.
Yeah.
From here to here at least.
Half your spine.
Oh, Jack. Oh.
Who is that?
Speak about the animals.
Speak. Okay, I think so.
Show me him.
So the game we're playing in the second-hand story is speak about the animals. So you have to somehow relate everything to the animals, and I got nothing. What the?
Let me get a close up.
Okay, this is like half of a horse or a donkey's butt, and then there's no genitalia, so that's problematic. But there's lots of lipstick, so there's that. And there's a feather in the hat, which isn't vegan. And there's a lot of self-touching on the breast there. And
there's an arrow. Is he going to kill someone?
A bow and arrow. And, you know, very beautiful green shoes, I say. I'm envious.
He's a bit fucked up, actually.
Creepy. What else?
This is a glass dildo.
That's what I brought over.
Oh, is that what you were trying to say? I'm too old. I didn't
Looks
get
like
the
a bloody
joke.
anal bead.
Oh, you're supposed to put this in there to do Kegel exercises?
Yeah.
Like for older women, you put that in, you have to try to hold it in?
Yeah,
Is that
it's-
what that is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I
Strengthen
need
your
that.
urinary wall.
And then there's this. This is where you get like matching earrings. You get one, I get one.
Nice.
It has nothing to do with, I got nothing for the animals, do you?
Well, that's not very creative.
I'm sorry, I can't.
Okay, bell. The
It's
bells we saw in the dairy cows.
That's right. These are bells that
Torture.
very good one.
Torture devices.
Tortured. Awful. They're so loud. It's not fair. It's not nice.
Imagine they must be deaf. Every movement they make, loud
Noises
noises ringing in their ears.
And here we have a child in
Give
a
us a look.
bathtub with a toy. And you know, when kids are little, they love animals as toys, like toy animals, right?
Yes.
They all do. And then it is speciesism beats it out of them.
Yeah.
And then they start to eat animals,
Oh, look at
unfortunately.
this. Okay, that's horrible.
It's creepy.
That is weird.
Okay, what if it's a bunny in a cage and just pushing the bunny? No, it's still not. It's creepy in either way.
What if it was a human being pushed around like that?
Well, sometimes kids push each
Yeah,
other
that's
around,
true.
You know? Maybe it's. What's
Yeah.
that, Jack? What's the cup up there? What is that? An M&M. M&Ms are not vegan.
But they should be.
Mm.
I actually got some vegan Smarties that are pretty sweet.
Let's go to the other part of the store. Because it's over here.
Oh, that is sick.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Alright, so we are in a secondhand store in Italy, and we're looking at things that are vegan and things that are not too vegan. And Tash just found something. Or maybe Jack found it first, I don't know.
Yeah, Jack found it. So, someone's skin and hair is wrapped around these glasses. Someone's body They were murdered for this, and the skin was ripped from their bodies to be turned into some sick decoration. This is so disgusting.
Yeah. Not okay. Animal skin belongs to them. Their fur, their feathers, their bodies, their lives.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Quick.
Tweako donated $2. Wonder if Sneeko and all the Palestine supporters would speak up for these tragic events. And Sneeko calls Indians curry munchers for supporting Israel. Jesus.
India is marking 14 years since the 2008 terror attacks in Mumbai. The attacks were carried out by 10 Lashkar-e-Taiba terrorists. At least 166 people lost their lives in the incident. The terrorists targeted multiple places in attacks that spanned 4 days. These places included the Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj Terminus, Taj Mahal Palace Hotel, Hotel Trident, Nariman House, Leopold Cafe, and Kama Hospital. Around 140 Indian nationals and 26 foreign nationals lost their lives in the attacks. 9 of the 10 Pakistani terrorists were also killed. The 10th terrorist, Ajmal Kasab, was captured alive. He was later convicted and sentenced to death. Ajmal Kasab was hanged on November 21st, 2012. The attack came to an end on November 29th after officers secured the Taj Mahal Hotel.
American historian Will Durant, he called the Islamic conquest of India as one of the bloodiest stories of human history, not just of Indian history, but human history. Historian Sitaram Goyalji, in his seminal work, had documented something like, at the minimum, about 40,000, temples that were destroyed.
Do you think it's reasonable for an anti-natalist to cite the inherent lack of consent for forcing a being into this world? And if this isn't convincing, would there be a threshold resource shortage where the enviro impact is a good argument for anti-nata?
It's not a great argument because most people who are born would prefer being born. They don't regret being alive. So it's a really poor argument. It's kind of like if somebody were to just give you $1 million, like, I didn't consent to having $1 million get put into my bank account. Like, okay, well, the vast majority of people are going to want that $1 million anyway. It doesn't really matter if they consented or not. Like, same with being born. Most people who are born don't regret being born and don't mind that they didn't consent to being, put into this world. So it's not a very good argument. As far as the environmental argument, again, it's not a particularly good argument because you're talking about like a single person's environmental impact. A better argument for antinatalism would be like the idea that you're bringing a person into the world that would violate the rights of others. So there's a lot of animal abusers that end up getting born. That would be a better argument for antinatalism. But like the idea of environmental impact, I mean, it's kind of nebulous. Like, okay, what does your personal carbon footprint really do? Like nothing. So yeah. Neither of those are particularly good arguments for antinatalism. Thanks for the donation though, Josh.
Just in those 500 years between 1000 CE with the conquest of Afghanistan till the end of the Delhi Sultanate in 1525. The population of the subcontinent itself, the Indian subcontinent, fell by 80 million. between this same period. Close to 25 lakh women were taken away as slave traders, sex traders to the far.
Yeah, I kind of understand why the current, right-wing government in India, they are very anti-Islamic. But thanks for the nation, Tweeko. Mike donated $2. Would you call this animal abuse? No. Thanks for the donation, though, Mike.
Okay, I don't know what this is, but it already looks bad. That looks like, I don't know what that is. It says, help calm and relax your dog, especially outdoors. Is this some sort of like an electrical zapper? What is that? Okay, here, you read it, and I'll film you reading it. Read out loud.
It says, helps your dog feel secure during thunderstorms, fireworks, social events, new pets, car travel, anxiety, and more.
Secure? Oh. What does it do?
It says how to use, fasten the collar comfortably around your pet's neck, not too tight. Cut off the excess. The essential oil blend will begin to work immediately.
Oh, it's a smell. It's not an electric device. Oh, it's like a
pheromones, lavender, and chamomile.
Oh, it's beautiful.
That's interesting. I wonder if there's any scientific basis to that it works. That would be cool.
I think it'd be nice to have like a jacket like that, not something. I don't know how I feel about things around their neck.
Yeah.
Well,
maybe if it goes in line with the leash and it's just, you gotta have your dogs on the leash anyway because the law, it's just not too tight.
Yes.
Yeah. Interesting. If you guys knew Jack and he was just like.
Guys, we.
Part 2, 24 hours that vegan teacher.
We are in that vegan teacher's house. We are living here at the moment, and we're going to show you what it's like to live with the famous That Vegan Teacher.
3, 2, 1, sing. Eating and strong McDonald's. Hurting and strong McDonald's.
This is the one and only ukulele. Jack, do you want to play a song for us?
These would really look good on Jack, actually.
Yeah.
The OnlyFans. I think this is. Why do you like the shape? Because their parents giving them animals to eat, raping their vegan virginity. This is fans only before.
2 centuries ago, before OnlyFans was created.
It's in there to do Kegel exercises.
Yeah.
Like for older women, you put that in, you have to try to hold it in.
Yeah.
Is that what that is?
Yeah.
Oh,
Strengthen
I need
your.
that. What is up here? I don't know what this says. How's your Italian?
I do have a Google Translator that might work.
Okay. I don't know what the sign says. It's in Italian. Should we go in?
Yeah, let's go in.
Okay. I wonder if it's it's open.
Oh
my God. It's so cute in here. Jesus is here. Hey, Jesus, what's up? Yo, we need you. Where you been? The animals are dying. There's a Holocaust going on. What is happening? Tash.
I think so.
Another Mary.
What's up with her? What would you say to her?
Yeah, the same thing. Why don't we have a vegan world yet? As you said, so many vegans are praying for non-human animals to not be subjected to slavery, abuse and murder, and there are still trillions.
So give a donation and maybe say a prayer? Is that how that works? What do you guys think?
Yeah, it looks like that's how it works. It's a bit
So
unusual.
should we give a coin and say a prayer? Ask God for something? It seems bizarre to me that we would have to pay.
Yeah, I don't think we should
Why
have
do
to
you
pay.
have to pay to have a wish come true to help end violence?
Yeah, you shouldn't have to do that.
No, it seems bizarre.
Yeah, it does.
I think that's just wishful thinking. We can pay with our money and our actions
Yeah.
for what we want to happen in this world.
Yeah. Maybe we can stand like this. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that's fine.
I don't know how God feels about this. We don't have a tripod, so we're gonna.
Robot Monkey donated $2. Is Kevin Samuels giving good advice here? Let me see.
Woman, you can have money, you can have possessions, you can have things, but if you want to have a long-term relationship with a woman of value, you're going to have social skills, proficiency. You don't have to be front stage lead singer, but you do need to be proficient. Nobody wants to be bored. Nobody wants to be bored, and no one wants to be around a 24/7 asshole. This is a matter of degrees, not extremes.
Yeah. It's not really so much advice as it is common sense. But thanks for that donation, Robot Monkey.
We're quite far. Maybe we can actually hold on. Tash, come over here. Maybe we'll just. This is too. The loudness is too close. We're gonna have our heads cut off. You're gonna like, hey, a roller coaster. Okay, back to square one. Okay. I have an idea though. Honestly, maybe I can. Then you say, yeah, I agree. Where the hell have you been?
Yeah. Okay, I agree with it.
And you take it for a while. You start off with, okay. You know what? We have a message for you, God. We're in your building, okay? We came all the way here. I'm from Canada, she's from Australia, we're here in Italy. You know, Rome, the Pope, the whole bit, right? Catholicism. We're here to ask you, what the fuck is going on? I can't say that in the first 10 seconds of YouTube. What the F is going on?
Yeah.
Okay? So what is it? Are we saying a prayer or not? We're just talking. God, we have something to say to you.
Yeah, I think that's good.
Now, you gotta raise your voice.
Yeah, okay.
This is the Tash that's coming out. Okay, this is 2024 version you're practicing, okay? Tash 2024.
Tash 2024.
In practice. Like, you know how the cars come out early for the year? You know, the 2024 model comes out around now, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay, and one of us is gonna say, what the hell is that? And I'm gonna grab it and zoom in, okay?
Okay.
But what is it? How can we say, what can we joke around with that? It's like, somebody is trying to. So it's on a counter.
And sorry, roughly how long are we doing
this
clip
one's
for?
10 minutes, but we can stop it.
Okay,
If at any time, if I want to stop it, you want to stop it, just grab it and go like this. And just go like that and stay silent for 10 seconds or 20 seconds. And then I'll turn it off after, I guess.
Okay.
Because you know my song at the end of my YouTube, I don't know if you know it, let's follow the vegan teacher on YouTube right now. So that's what I could put at the end, you know, to just randomly end it quickly. That's why at the end of my videos, I always try to leave 20 seconds. It's not a... It's that.
And human people who deserve to live free
is dead. We want. I want you to help people to stop enslaving. Take this one right. For like a sad in a specific spot.
and created so many videos.
Wait, I'm not going with you?
No.
Damn.
I can't even hear it. Yeah, do you want to try it on your tape?
Our time with Miss Katie and Gio has ended.
Oh, you're filming?
Yes, and we're heading off.
All right.
Yes, it's been lovely staying with you both.
Yeah.
And we've had lots of fun.
Yeah.
And created so many videos.
Wait, I'm not going with you?
Oh.
I thought I was going. I thought you packed a bag for me. Isn't that my bag?
Hmm.
Can I come?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Yeah, all right. We can all go on a trip.
Let's do it.
Let's go. Let's go with
Off we go.
Yeah.
I thought I was coming with you guys. But I just said goodbye. I'm not coming with you guys.
Yeah, you can come with us.
I want to come.
Yeah.
Can Gio come?
Yeah, Gio can come.
Yeah. Let's go on a
Let's
trip
go.
together.
Let's
all go on a trip together. That would be actually fun.
Anything else, Tash?
No, I don't think so.
No, I think we had
We've enjoyed
a lot
our
of fun,
time.
lots of videos, lots of TikToks that you can see on.
We went to church.
We did go to church.
We prayed to the Lord.
Yep.
And so changes are going to come if he exists.
Yes.
Yeah. Yep.
We're expecting it.
Vegan world. Yeah, if he can stop being lazy or cruel, we don't know. We don't know what's going on with God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
We don't know.
But we had a great time, and you can see all the videos on That Vegan Teacher's TikTok
And YouTube.
and YouTube.
Yeah, the TikTok's called Music by That Vegan Teacher.
Oh, there you go.
So many fake accounts.
Yes. So many. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that was wholesome. Let's see.
On that note,
what next?
If they can steal and get away with it.
Ugh.
On February 20th, 2023, an officer conducted a traffic stop on a vehicle for a partially covered license plate. When he queried the tag, the driver was listed as having her driving privileges permanently revoked.
Well, we're already dealing with a fucking genius. Cat 2002 donated $2. Dad in red shorts is 5'5", but I'm 6'3". Watch first 30 seconds.
You see a southern cat on the street, and I prefer to eat from them. But they got food.
Yeah.
They got food. Hey, look at mommy.
No, it's turn around.
Man, look at so fluffy. Huh?
Wow.
Wow.
There you go.
What a pretty kitty. How old is it? Maybe like a couple of weeks?
I think so.
It's a little meow meow.
We call it Sphinx.
Huh?
Sphinx.
Sphinx.
Oh,
it's a we boy. Have fluffy, same color, but
going to meow meow.
You got bigger fast. I don't know what they call it.
Yeah.
But same color. But this is Egyptian. Egyptian cat. Okay.
It's proper pretty, isn't it? Like the stripes on it.
Yeah. Yeah. God bless you, brother.
Thank you.
Take care.
You have a nice day.
Well, that is a nice kitty.
Alrighty, let's see how this goes. I'm looking nice and old.
Super old, yeah.
Hi there. Do you possibly know where I could find some bitches?
They're my favorite kind of bitches. Excuse me, ma'am. Do you happen to know where I might be able to find some bitches in this area? Some females.
Males?
No, I'm looking for just. I'm new to the area. I was just hoping to find. Is that enough? I'm crazy. Oh, she's gonna go tell them on me that I'm crazy. Yeah, hello?
Can I get, you just made a lady very uncomfortable.
7.
Yes, the number 7. Thanks for the donation. Finally, fuck Joey.
Have you making our customers uncomfortable out here?
I'm sorry, what happened?
She said you asked her if she knows where
Thought you might find this interesting.
I'll take a look at that in a minute. Thanks for the nation, homeless homo.
to find any girls.
Well,
Dude, really? A fucking Karen complained to a restaurant owner that somebody outside asked where girls are. Jesus Christ.
I was asking her what's there to do around here that's a good time.
You are sick. Oh my, call security on him.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Don't man me. You just asked me where you can find some bitches in the area.
Excuse, I was asking you where I can find some good time. Like, just a party place.
Good time. Call security. You hear what he's saying?
Well, what did I say? I'm not hurting anybody. You're a little bit sensitive, aren't you?
You're making our customers very uncomfortable. Prostitution is illegal in America, okay?
Okay.
You're about to get arrested.
Okay, thank you.
So yeah.
All right, I'll go ahead out there.
All right,
take care.
For real? Like, wow, if that's real, Jesus. That is some Karenism. My god, dude. Alright, I'll take a look at that in a moment. Wow.
Oh my god. That's a cat that likes a snack. That's amazing.
Well, thank you for that, cat. Appreciate it.
What the heck are these things? And why are there 5 of them?
The goal was to prevent homeless from sleeping under this bridge. Instead, it backlashed with outrage from the town.
Armrests in the middle of benches to large rocks added underneath bridges. Homeless advocates call these designs hostile architecture or anti-homeless.
In London and Paris, you see spikes on windowsills. In D.C., a curved bench.
Hostile architecture is when cities put features in the architecture to try to keep homeless people away.
Spikes that would hurt people seemed like a bad idea.
Well, it's fucking baffling, dude. Like, there's this weird idea that if you make everywhere hostile or inhabitable to homeless people, they'll somehow magically go away. Just give them a fucking home. Like, they're spending so much money, like, arresting homeless people, building all this new shit so they don't sleep on fucking benches and crap. Give them a fucking home.
So this looks like a metal covering for the subway vent, which is underneath it. At first I thought it was a bench, but you can really only sit on this corner of it. You'll notice that the top of this is incredibly uneven, and then there's these raised ridges which are on all 5 of them. And what happens if you try to lay down on it? Is that even possible? Oh, that is like the most uncomfortable thing I've ever experienced. This ridge right here is going into my spine, and that's on purpose, and this is called hostile architecture. And critics of hostile architecture say that usually these types of installations are cruel and unnecessary because they target the needy. And we're gonna look at a whole bunch of examples of this. Subway benches that serve no purpose, a train station designed to make you go crazy, and several parks that look nice, but were designed to be so uncomfortable that you'll leave after 5 or 10 minutes, and they're all here in New York. Now, hostile or defensive architecture consists of public installations like this, which are designed to do one thing while preventing another thing. This right here is a normal uncovered subway grate, and in the wintertime when it's cold out, someone with nowhere to go might want to use an area like this to help keep warm because warm air comes out of here. And right now, New York City is experiencing record homelessness. And lately, both private developers and the city have been building all sorts of things like this, but they've got to be really sneaky about it, because when I found out what these were, it made me pretty uncomfortable to realize that they were specifically designed to stop people who have nothing from staying warm in the wintertime. Is that okay? And sometimes when cities build stuff like this, people find out and get really upset. And that's what happened 2 years ago when the city started introducing hostile architecture to the subway system. This is the 23rd Street and 6th Avenue subway stop, and it looks like a normal subway station, but it was the site of heated controversy when the city subway, the MTA, introduced hostile architecture to this station. A couple years ago, riders noticed that the benches in this very same platform were suddenly removed. And as you can imagine, people were not happy about that. Not only because of how cruel it might seem towards certain individuals, but also because the elderly, people who are pregnant, there's other people that need benches in the subway too, and this was a quality of life hit for everybody on this platform. And the benches were originally along this wall, and look at what the replacement is. Is this even a replacement? I mean, you can lean on it. I guess this is better than leaning yourself against the wall, which might be dirty. It has spots for 4 leaners. Now, there are 2 benches in this platform, which were put back after the city realized that their decision had outraged people. But even these have elements of hostile architecture in them. Look at these armrests. All you can do is sit here. You can't lay down. This is only like 2 feet wide. Its only purpose is for sitting. It is hostile to any other intended use. Look, you can't even be that wide in here. Some people even suggested the city had violated the Americans with Disabilities Act by removing the benches. And this isn't the first time the city had done something like this. Check this out. A year earlier, the city had removed all of the seat backs from the benches on a subway station just a couple blocks south of this one. The city claims that once they did that, they saw a reduction in the number of people loitering on the platform, along with an increase in the number of passengers who were on the platform waiting for trains. But by removing the seat backs from the benches that were already there, they essentially did exactly what this is by creating something that's less functional and lowers everyone's quality of use when they're in the subway. And I'm noticing that this is a trend because look at all the people standing with nowhere to sit.
It's such a bizarre thing. They hate homeless people so much that they're willing to inconvenience everybody else just so that homeless people, can't find a place to rest or sleep. So everyone else, the millions and millions of other people who use the subway have to be inconvenienced just so, a few homeless people can't sit or sleep there.
You see these concrete patches right here? There was something here. It was probably a bench. It looks to be about that wide. There's one other over here by the door, and there are no benches anywhere else. Just one more spot to lean right over there. And before we look at how the city is using these same type of designs at a brand new train station and a bunch of public parks, it's important to understand that this is exposing the dark side of this type of architecture. Because there might be benefits as far as the orderliness of the subway system is concerned, but New York City gets pretty cold in the wintertime, and the subway is a place where needy New Yorkers go when they have nowhere else to go so that they don't freeze. And yes, the city has shelters, but they have a rather poor reputation. And because of New York's asylum crisis, the shelter system's already maxed out. And since the shelters are perceived as being dangerous, it makes tons of sense that people would rather take their chances in a place like this. And removing subway benches doesn't do anything to make people less homeless. They're still homeless, even if you remove the benches, and they've still got nowhere to go. And most critics of these types of policies, they want a clean subway too, but they don't really think it's fair to take from people who already have so little. And the city's subsequent removal of benches here and reinstallation of different benches, that basically let the city know that if they're gonna do stuff like this, they've got to be sneakier about it, and they have been, as we're about to see. Isn't that wild? This is a pretty impressive train station, but there are some serious problems with it that we'll get into. But first, it's important to understand that many aspects of this design and other hostile designs are nice. Nice to look at, not necessarily nice to use. But this is called the Moynihan Trail, and it is the newest train station in New York City. Building it cost over $1 billion, and it was completed just a couple of years ago. It also has this gorgeous glass ceiling, which is a throwback to Penn Station's original design. Penn Station is where Madison Square Garden is. That's directly across the street. And this is what that used to look like. And as far as train stations go, this is pretty nice. Look, there's a full Walgreens in here. There's an eatery with a bunch of restaurants. The ticketing areas, everything here is gorgeous. But there's one glaring flaw. And no, it's not that fixing the expensive glass roof is something that takes a while and is hard to do. Look at the size of that cherry picker they got right there. Do you see the problem? There's no seats. And that's why every single person in this $1 billion terminal is standing. And it's a train station. The only thing there is to do here is wait for things to happen. Not a seat in the whole place.
Do you think they should put some benches in here so people have a place to sit?
That's a great idea.
It is, right?
That is a great idea.
Did you know they spent over $1 billion making this and they didn't put benches?
Not a single bench. I mean, they have those lounges over there, but that's for people that have tickets.
Yeah, you gotta pay.
Yeah.
Like Spirit Airlines.
Right.
Oh, you want a seat? You gotta pay.
Now, having no benches could be a ploy from these corporations to get you to go inside and spend money. And it seems to be working. There's a lot of people over here. But the lack of seating is a deliberately hostile choice. People just plop their stuff down on the floor. And if you're wondering,
Thanks for the membership, Confused Concept Minigames.
why nobody's trying to sit on the floor, that's because security will find you and make you stand up. And to be fair, this old image of Penn Station, look, I see some seats down here at the bottom, so maybe there were more seats there than there are here in its reimagination. But you know, the old station is mostly open space, and what that could mean is that open space is a great Spartan design for a public train station in New York City. And you know, the way to answer that is to go across the street to the ugliest building in town, which is also a train station. Look at that, it's the same deal. 1 hour limit, and you gotta have a ticket to get into the waiting area. And everyone else in this beautiful piece of New York City architecture is standing or walking. I love the 1970s aluminum ceiling. The floor reminds me of my elementary school. And look at this, these are those crazy old school drop tile ceilings. Now this certainly isn't modern, new, or fancy by any stretch of the imagination, but it's eerily similar to what's across the street, because all this open space with no seats, that's hostile architecture. At least the new monitors are bright, but this is another design where absolutely nothing about it is meant to be comfortable. Luckily, there are seats inside some of the little restaurants over here, which you'll be paying for. And look at this, the wall is even roped off for some reason. Maybe it's because they've got this fancy tile and this artwork on it, and they don't want people who have nowhere to sit leaning on it. But back in 2020, loitering in this station and in Grand Central caused economic issues for small businesses that are here paying rent. And in addition to building things in a way that is not conducive to comfort in any manner, the city stepped up security. But unfortunately, this is a 24-hour facility, and those most negatively impacted by hostile architectural design and policing were those who needed a place when it was cold out. But New York doesn't just limit hostile architecture to the inside of buildings. Now it's on the outside as well. And no, I'm not talking about how they roped off all the steps at the post office so no one can sit here. Back in the day, you could climb the steps. There are doors over here, but now look, they got it all roped off. It's just here looking pretty. Very pretty. I'm not talking about this.
That's insane. So they roped off the fucking steps so homeless people couldn't sleep on there, but they're fine with pigeons just taking up all the space? Like, imagine the city literally giving more comfort for the birds than for homeless people. If you're homeless, get the fuck out of here, but the pigeons get to stay. Like, oh my god.
All roped off, it's just here looking pretty. Very pretty. I'm not talking about this, I'm talking about something way worse.
Dude, that's crazy.
This isn't really comfortable. I can't believe whoever designed this calls this a bench and got away with it. It's actually like a barrier if you think about it. This is the Highline Park, and it's actually a park built upon an old railway track, which means many parts of it are skinny and narrow, but it's also very long. It goes like 15 blocks. There be some of the old train tracks right there underneath us, and I'm guessing that these barrier benches serve to move the flow of traffic down the park. And I guess they don't want big groups inside these little triangle areas. Oh look, another awkward place to sit. I feel like I'm a little close to the traffic here. And this is what happens if you try to lay down on it. Look, my shoulders and arms are falling off the side. What a bizarre way to construct something. There's no way you're gonna sit on a bench like this for very long. Maybe just long enough to eat a sweet green salad. And look at this geometric nightmare right here. I bet people were getting hurt on this thing. That's why they had to rope it off. You can see that these two benches are basically here to tell this traffic to go this way and to have this traffic come this way. Only someone with a college degree could have come up with this. I know, know because I have a degree. Now, in spite of how this entire section of the park is textbook hostile architecture, that changes in this area that opens up, because over here we've got what seems to be an actual seat. This is definitely better than the awkward bench. And I'm pretty sure the designers of this park envisioned it as an urban pathway that leads north to south along Manhattan's west side, with some areas being akin to a nature walk and others doubling as observation points. Isn't that cool? You can look down here, see the street, take in the views. It's definitely a beautiful park. If you're ever around here, you should come out here and walk on it and sit on it. And from time to time, they will put in very bizarre art installations, like this pink tree, which probably symbolizes something. Also of note, this is a private park and it does close at a certain point. So it's not like Central Park where you should expect to be able to go in and leave at any point you want. Check out these hostile bleachers. Maybe it's modern, maybe it's futuristic, but it's not exactly comfortable. And there's about as much legroom here as Spirit Airlines will give you. I don't think you could stay here for a very long period of time. And maybe that's the point. But what if a group of people went to a place that was filled with hostile architecture here in New York and tried to stay there? What would happen? That's what we're gonna go find out. Welcome to Zuccotti Park, the most hostile piece of architecture we're gonna see today. So today I'm doing hostile architecture like this, right?
It's disgusting.
And I think this is the most cruel park in New York because this granite gets so cold just sitting on it.
Absolutely.
Made me freeze my butt off. And look at how high the ridges are sticking up out of this thing. These granite tables are equally cruel and unforgiving. And look at all these nightmarish angles with like the way that this plant is. The whole thing is like designed for crowd control. But back in 2011, this park was the site of the Occupy Wall Street movement, where protesters camped out in this park for about a month. See this image right here with that red bar behind that guy? That was taken right over here. And whether you agree with their message or not, it took a lot of determination to stay in this place for more than 15 minutes. I mean, it is just a barren landscape. And yes, there are trees, but look at their position. They're only designed to eliminate crowds of people. Between these benches, these trees, and these weird plant boxes right here, it's tough to have like a mass gathering. And look at this little ridge that just kind of winds along here and goes up into the stairs. The whole thing is just, whoever built it wanted it to be here, and they wanted it to be looked at, and that's about it. Also, the protesters weren't here during the summer either. They were here from mid-October until about the end of November. It gets cold at night here in New York. Now, yes, the Occupy Wall Street movement did have significant support. There were a lot of people who donated and helped the people that were here stay here as long as they could with things like sleeping bags and food. There was even a library, and there was Wi-Fi here in the park. I'm sure there were bathrooms too, because I don't see any. Now, since 2011, the same type of mass takeover of this park hasn't happened before. And I guess these awful benches, I guess they do deter, but is that really how we want to build things? Should we build things in New York in a way that maybe doesn't lower everyone's standard of living all at the exact same time? Let me know what you think. Thanks for watching.
Yeah, we shouldn't inconvenience literally everybody just so that homeless people get fucked over. That was the funniest part, was the fucking pigeons. Like, oh my god, they roped off the fucking steps because homeless people are an eyesore, but the fucking pigeons can stay there. Like, oh my god. People are stupid, dude. Like, holy shit. Let's see. Let's watch some more Islam shit. Prophet Muhammad stories are so great. Prophet Muhammad and Safia.
This is our new home, bro.
Yes, Rasulullah.
When Prophet Muhammad migrated to Medina, there were three major Jewish tribes in that area: Bani Kanuka, Bani Nadir, and Bani Qurayza. The original name of the city is Yathrib. Later, the Prophet changed the name to Medina and Nabi or City of the Prophet. This is the fort of Bani Kinuka. This is the fort of Bani Nadir. Huyay ibn Akhtab was the leader of Bani Nadir. This is his family. He is the father of Safiya bint Huyay, a teenager who was considered by many as the most beautiful.
Why the grey in your beard and hair?
Just wanted to see how it looks. Kinda want to dye my hair gray. Thanks for the donation though, Johnson.
Girl in Medina. At that time, she was about 15 years old. She was her father's favorite child. The people of Bani Nadir owned palm tree plantation, which was their source of income. They were proud and joyful of their plantation. Prophet Muhammad hated the Jews because they rejected him as a prophet, did not want to submit to Islam, and did not want to give him enough money for his needs. One day, Prophet Muhammad sent Abu Bakr to meet a prominent rabbi, named Rabbi Finhas ibn Azora, in his place.
I think we've already seen this. Yeah, he tried to, he tried to convince the Jews to give him money by promising more money in the afterlife or something, and then they were like, go fuck yourself, and then he killed them all. Satanic version.
This story is the background of the revelation of the Quran, Surah An-Najm, verses 19 to 21, which were revealed in Mecca.
In the past, I can chat with them, worship together with them. But now, we act like enemies.
Well, Rasulullah, that may have something to do with the way you pass your divine message to them.
Look at them, surrounded by their idols. Why don't they listen to me and worship Allah instead?
You used to kiss them too, right?
Oh, wait a minute. I think I got another message from Allah. I need to pass it to them.
Oh boy, here we go again.
Look who's coming.
He only wants to insult our ancestors' beliefs.
Are these?
I think my aunt would dye her hair to look older while dating her husband 20 years older.
Okay. That's interesting. Thanks for that donation, Questoon.
Is what you worship? All of these idols?
Yes, you worship them as well not too long ago, remember?
Have you then seen Al-Lat and Al-Uzza, and the third one, Manat, as well?
Suddenly, Satan came and inserted words into Muhammad. Others don't realize what Muhammad went through.
These are the exalted Garanik, whose intercession is approved. These are the exalted Goraniks, which are high-flying cranes. Their intercessions are expected.
Wow, Muhammad just praised our gods. He returns back to his previous religion, the religion of our ancestors.
Did he just acknowledge other gods besides Allah?
Yeah. Maybe Allah has daughters after all. Haha. Tawheed? What Tawheed?
After that, Muhammad prostrated in front of the idols. The Meccans joined him in worship.
Wow, this is another level. Do we need to prostrate as well?
He is our prophet, he knows better than us.
All Muslims and non-Muslims prostrate in front of the idols.
Why in interracial dating you see far more often white girls dating black guys compared to black girls dating white guys? Every time you see a biracial person, most of the time the father is black.
Women seem to be more interested in interracial dating than men are. So I think that's the main reason. Women just find like foreign men or men from different ethnicities more attractive on average, I'd say, compared to men, and I think that's the main reason. But yeah, like that's the only thing I can figure. I don't really have a good answer for you. Thanks for the donation though, Mike.
On that day, Muhammad became a mushrikeen or polytheist again. After that, Muhammad apparently still worshipped the gods of the Quraysh, so Allah rebuked him many times to stop doing it. Quran, Surah Al-Mudathir, verse 1-5. O, you Muhammad, enveloped in garments, arise and warn, and magnify your Lord, and purify your clothes, and keep away from Aruj or the idols. Allah's warning came down because Muhammad was still a polytheist and continued to practice his old habits of worshipping idols and keeping idols in his house, even though he had been appointed as a prophet, and had also received 3 surahs from Allah. Surah Al-Mudathir is the 4th surah in the Quran. The story about Muhammad keeping idols in his house is mentioned in Sunan Abu Dawud, Nomar 4158. Narrated by Abu Huraira. The Messenger of Allah said,
Jibril came to me and said, I came to you last night and was prevented from entering simply because there were idol statues at the door. For there was a decorated curtain with images on it in the house. And there was a dog in the house. So he ordered me to cut off the head of the idols in the house, the curtain to be cut up, in order to take the dog out.
Later on, Jibril came to Muhammad to cancel Muhammad's praise to the goddesses Al-Lat, Al-Uzza, and Al-Manat in Surah An-Najm. But strangely, the cancellation occurred in Surah Al-Hajj, which was revealed in Medina, about 8 years after Muhammad left Mecca. This information was revealed in all major Quran commentary or tafsir. Take a look at this one for instance. This is the tafsir of Quran, Surah Al-Hajj, verse 52 from Al-Jalalain. He explained that this verse is related to Surah An-Najm, verse 19-21. The Prophet had during an assembly of the men of Quraysh after reciting the following verses from Surah Al-Najm, have you considered Lot and Uzza? And Manat the third one? Hadith number 5319-20 added as a result of Satan casting them onto his tongue without the Prophet's being aware of it. The following words those are the high-flying cranes al-Quranic al-Ula and indeed the intercession is to be hoped for and so they the men of Quraysh were thereby delighted. Now let's calculate the year span between Surah Al-Najm verse 19-21 and Surah Al-Hajj verse 52. Muhammad was the Prophet of Islam for 23 years. 13 years in Mecca and 10 years in Medina. Surah An-Najm was revealed in the Ramadan month, the 5th year of his prophetic career in Mecca. The Islamic sources explained that the order to do sujud or prostrate was for the first time revealed in this surah. What they did not explain was Muhammad actually praising the idols first, and then doing the prostration together with the Quraysh pagans. 8 years later, just before Muhammad migrated to Medina, he revealed Surah Al-Hajj, verses 1-24 in Mecca. During the first year in Medina, Muhammad revealed the second part of Surah Al-Hajj, which is verses 25-78. So, Surah Al-Hajj verse 52 was revealed 8 years after the satanic verses in Surah An-Najm. The purpose of the revelation was to cancel the satanic verses. Why wait so long? Apparently, Muhammad did not feel the need to change the verse praising the Quraysh gods, so 8 years passed without any changes to the verse. Surely something happened that urged him to change it in Medina. Most likely, his enemies in Medina found the polytheistic verses and they questioned them. The ones who could understand and scrutinize his Quran must be the educated ones, such as Jewish rabbis.
O Muhammad, you claim to be the follower of Abrahamic faith, even though you are worshipping idols yourself. You put your praise of Al-Lat, Al-Uzza, Manat, and Quran, Surah An-Najm, verse 19 to 21. How is that?
Oh, about those verses, huh? Jibril has just told me that those verses did not come from him, but from Satan who deceived me so that I said the satanic verses. But no worry, Allah already changed it to this. Have you then seen Al-Lat and Al-Uzza? And the third one, Manat, as well? Do you prefer to have sons while you attribute to him daughters? I feel sad because I have mispronounced the holy verses. But Allah then comforted me. Quran, Surah Al-Hajj, verse 52. Whenever we send a messenger or a prophet before you, O prophet, and he recited our revelations, Satan would influence people's understanding of his recitation. But eventually Allah would eliminate Satan's influence. Then Allah would firmly establish his revelations. And Allah is all-knowing, all-wise.
How could Satan control the tongue and
Last
mind?
don't know Mike, it's because black girls are literally the least desirable women on earth. Here's proof.
Let me take a look, Kid Boo.
Outside, but it's snowing. White girl, can I rock your world? Outside, but it's snowing. White girl, can I rock your world?
Jesus Christ, the racism. Holy fuck, dude. That is insane. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
Mind of a prophet.
You say that because you are a hypocrite. Your heart is rough and full of strife. Quran, Surah Al-Hajj, verse 53. All that so he may make Satan's influence a trial for those hypocrites whose hearts are sick and those disbelievers whose hearts are hardened. Surely the wrongdoers are totally engrossed in opposition.
Prophet Muhammad cannot be a real prophet since he committed shirk for 8 years. Shirk means associating partners with Allah or worshipping gods other than Allah. In Islam, it is an unforgivable sin, according to Quran, Surah An-Nisa, verse 48.
What's going on here, kitty? What's going on here? What's this little kitty up to, huh? What are you doing, Prim Prim? Yes. Now that's a good cat. Got a cat butt here. Got a cat butt here. Cat butt. Cat butt. What are you doing, cat butt? What's my little cat butt up to? Prim Prim. Prim Prim, don't step on my keyboard. Don't step on my keyboard. Don't step on my keyboard. Yeah, you're a good boy. Dude, this cat is so weird. You are the weirdest cat. You're a weird kitty, but I love you. I love you even though you're weird.
Indeed, Allah does not forgive association with him, but he forgives what is less than that, for whom he wills. And he who associates others with Allah has certainly fabricated a tremendous sin. If Muhammad could be controlled by Satan to recite the satanic verses for 8 years, then what about other verses? How can we be very sure that none of them coming from Satan?
Prismo! Oh my god. Stop stepping on my keyboard.
Continuously for 8 years.
Yeah, this guy who does this channel is really fucking good. He knows a lot about the Quran. He must be like an ex-Muslim or something. He has to be an ex-Muslim. Do you think Jesus secretly slept with prostitutes? No, because he's a fictional character. I don't think Jesus did anything because Jesus never existed. He's a made-up fictional character. Prismo, no. Don't step on my keyboard. You know that irritates the hell out of me. Don't step on my keyboard. Prismo, no, don't step on my keyboard. Okay, why are you even on my desk? Why are you even on my desk? Can you explain? Dude, this cat. Islam on black people. That sounds interesting. I'm just gonna wash my face because I want the chalk gone now. But I'll be right back after I wash my face. Yeah. Let's see. Lionheart donated $2. It's not racist. People have their preferences. Also, black people are dumber on average. I think you're dumber on average. Check Put the Bell Curve. It's a good book on intelligence. Watch funny video. The bell curve wasn't able to determine whether or not the difference in IQ scores was due to genetics or due to socialization, and all the evidence points towards it being socialization. There's no genetic evidence that black people are, dumber. Making friends at the gym. I don't understand the joke there.
Next time do the stream as the Joker.
I don't know if I can do that, but thanks for the donation, Randomer.
I don't know why I wasn't taught this side of Henry Ford during history classes in grade school, lol.
Whoa, what, the anti-Semitism? Yeah, me neither. I learned about Henry Ford in school, and they never mentioned that he was a crazy whack job anti-Semite.
And now, the History Channel presents American Inventor, the true story of Henry Ford.
This is my Jew flattening machine. It'll flatten any Jew. Simply climb behind the wheel, drive it towards a Jew, and flatten him.
Could you also use it just to drive from place to place and stuff?
It's a Jew flattening machine. It's not what it's designed for.
But you could use it that way.
Yeah, you could. You could also use the Mona Lisa as a placemat. God.
He hated Jews. He was a crazy wacko anti-Semite. I don't know why that isn't being taught in schools. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben.
In order to make Islam appear attractive to black people, some Muslims say that the Prophet Muhammad was black. Even Allah was claimed to be black as well.
What? Allah is also black?
Let's hear what a Muslim said to Malcolm X in this movie.
I tried to act I'm telling you God's words, not no hustle. And I'm gonna tell you, God is black.
God is black.
Allah is black.
Would you rather hang out with Blahu or Prophet Muhammad for one day? This is Blahu during his billet loading arc.
You didn't give me a link, Gohan? If you give me a link, I can take a look. I would rather hang out with Blaha for a day because, as bad as Blaha is, he's not a mass-murdering child rapist. Thanks for the donation, though, Gohan.
Prophet Muhammad is black. Islam is the religion of the Africans. Islam abolished slavery, freed slaves, elevates women, eliminates discrimination.
But actually, there is no evidence of that statement. As a matter of facts, based on Islamic literatures, Prophet Muhammad enslaved people, owned and sold slaves, including several black slaves.
It's a pleasure doing business with you, O Rasulullah.
That was not my dono, not racist. That's that low-life broke-ass Saga. Saga, you're a bitch that went to jail and that's all you're good at in life is being trash. You're not vegan and spend donos just to troll me. How much of a loser do you have to be?
Okay, well, thank you for clearing that up. Appreciate the donation, Lionheart.
Can't blame the Ford guy, VG.
No, you can. Thanks for the donation, though, Christy.
He was neither black nor African. The Islamic traditions emphasize how white his skin was. Sahih Bukhari 1, number 367. He uncovered his thigh and I saw the whiteness of the thigh of the Prophet. Sunan Abu Dawud, volume 20, number 3200. I still seem to see the whiteness of the forearms of the Apostle of Allah. Sahih Bukhari, volume 2, book 17, hadith number 122. And a white person, Muhammad, who is requested to pray for rain. Muhammad was not a white Caucasian, but an Arab man with a relatively fair complexion than most Arabs around him. The repeated statements regarding the whiteness of the Prophet Muhammad's skin are directly related to the meaning of the colors of black and white in Islam. Quran, Surah Ali Imran, verse 106. The day when faces are whitened, and faces blackened. Then, as for the ones whose faces are blackened, did you disbelieve after your belief? Then taste the torment for that you disbelieved. Quran, Surah Az-Zumar, verse 60. And on the day of resurrection thou, Muhammad, sees those who lied concerning Allah with their faces blackened. Is not the home of the scorners in hell? According to these verses, people whose faces are whitened will go to heaven, while the ones that were blackened will go to hell. If Allah decides some black men go to heaven, then their black faces would be whitened as if there is something wrong with having black skin. Allah wants to be sure that no black face ever show up in heaven.
Oh, it's not like that, bro. Those verses are metaphorical without any racist connotations.
However, there are some hadiths that link black skin and creation with Judgment Day. Mishkat al-Masabi, Volume 1, Chapter 4, Part 2, page 36. Abu Darda. The Prophet of God said, God created Adam and struck him on the right shoulder, and brought out his white children. You would say they were pearls. Then he struck his left shoulder, and produced his black children. You would say they were coals. And God said those of the right side are towards paradise, and I have no fear. And he said of those of the left side, they are towards hell and I fear not. What does it mean when Allah said I fear not? This is what he means. The expression here twice repeated, in the original La Abali, implies, I have no fear that their future deeds will falsify the sentence which I have now pronounced, seeing I have already predestined all their action. Abdul Haq. So, according to this hadith, Allah already decided all black people he created would go to hell no matter what they did, since he already predestined their fates. This hadith explains very clearly that in Islam, Allah made the destiny of human beings before he created them.
Dude, I have to use some of this shit if I ever get into a debate on problem of evil with Muslims, because they always talk about how people have to have free will and everything. That's funny. I guess the argument would be this isn't the Quran, it's just a hadith, but wow. How fucking racist. This religion is just cancerous.
He already decided to bless the extremely white-skinned people to heaven and to curse the extremely black-skinned people to hell. It's clear that Allah judges them based on the color of their skin and that for Allah, white is pure, holy, clean, while black is the opposite of it. In fact, other narrations even command that any person claiming that Muhammad was black be put to death. Muhammad Messenger of Allah. Ash-Shifa of Qadi-e-Ad, page 375. Ahmad ibn Abi Sulayman, the companion of Sanan, said, anyone who says that the Prophet was black should be killed. The Nation of Islam teaches that white people are devils. Their members might want to ponder this statement by Muhammad. The Apostle said,
Whoever wants to see Satan, let him take a look at Nabtul bin al-Harith.
He was a sturdy black man with long flowing hair, inflamed eyes, and dark ruddy cheeks. He used to come and talk to the apostle and listen to him and then carry what he had said to the hypocrites.
But you have to see the whole context. Nabtal is a hypocrite. That's why the prophet called him Satan.
There were many hypocrites surrounded the prophet, but he only called Nabtal, who was black, as Satan. How about calling a black woman as an epidemic? Sahih Bukhari, Volume 9, Book 87, Hadith 161.
I saw in a dream a black woman with unkempt hair going out of Medina and settling at Mahaya, namely Al-Juffa. I interpreted that as a symbol of epidemic of Medina being transferred to that place, Al-Juffa.
Ah, come on. That was just a bad dream. No big deal, okay?
Sahih Muslim, Book 10, number 3901. During the time of migration to Medina.
Yeah, Milo, the whole point of the problem of evil is to point out that either God cannot be all good or all powerful if evil exists. So if you acknowledge that God is either not all powerful or not all good, then that proves the argument that God can't be all good or all powerful. And like, again, why would you call a being that is not all good and or not all powerful a god? So you're just conceding to the argument.
Ya Rasulullah, I want to pledge allegiance with you.
Oh, sure. I'd be more than happy to accept your pledge.
Thank you, Rasulullah. I will migrate with you.
VG, when you have your hood up you could definitely pass for the prophet with your latte-colored skin and your fuzzy dark beard. You look like a bomb smuggling, plane crashing poopy diaper eating Islamic turd poop. Big poopy butt purple cock Richard. Poop.
Well, thank you. I'm flattered. Appreciate the donation, microwave Muslim poop.
That guy is my slave. I want to have him back, or you can buy him from me.
He? I didn't know that he is a slave. Okay, I will buy your slave with mine. Here, take my slave.
Huh? He is a black slave, while mine is an Arab slave.
Oh, alright then. Here, have another one.
Just a heads up if you're planning to use this for debates against Muslims. Most Muslims don't consider Nation of Islam as Muslim, they're the Islamic version of Mormons, have a new prophet and new interpretations that were a reaction to white racism.
Okay. It's not really that important anyway, but that is fascinating how racist the Prophet Muhammad is, though. Thanks for the donation, Mola.
I lost my property because of that guy. That was several thousand dinars gone.
Rasulullah, there is another guy want to pledge allegiance with you.
Is he a slave or a free man? I don't want to lose more property.
Apparently, at that time, the price of one Arab slave is equal with 2 black slaves. Prophet Muhammad saw his black slaves as his currency. Here is another hadith about Prophet Muhammad's black slave. Malik's Muwatta, Book 21, number 21.13.25. During the year of the attack of Khaybar, Prophet Muhammad got a new black slave named Medam. When Medam was unsaddling the camel of the Prophet, a stray arrow struck and killed him. People came and said, "Oh, he died as a martyr. He must be in heaven now." But the Prophet said,
"No, by he in whose hand myself is. The cloak which he took from the spoils on the day of Khaybar before they were distributed will blaze with fire on him."
Just to clarify, Muhammad had sex with a 9-year-old girl, robbed caravans, and beheaded hundreds of Jews, but he's good. His black slave, by contrast, grabbed a cloak before the spoils were divided, so he's headed to hell. Welcome to Islam. Mindlessly obeying Muslim leaders was so important to Muhammad that when he wanted to emphasize obedience, he told his followers that they had to obey even the worst leader imaginable. We find Muhammad's worst-case scenario in Sahih al-Bukhari 7142.
Dude, that is crazy. Kid Boo donated $2, let me see.
Americans are a $400 unexpected expense away from bankruptcy.
That's Bidenomics in action. You think I'm kidding? Bidenomics is working.
Sorry, how is Biden responsible for that?
Most Americans.
Right, okay. So, please explain how that could possibly be true? Thanks for the donation though, Kid Boo.
You should listen to and obey your ruler, even if he was an Ethiopian black slave whose head looks like a raisin.
So, the worst possible leader of a
Holy
community of Muslims,
shit.
according to Muhammad, would be a black slave.
Look, you're not being honest and fair here. One of the best Sahaba was Bilal, and he was a black guy, who was freed by Abu Bakr. We uphold and love Bilal because of his dedication to Islam.
Bilal was a slave before he converted to Islam and continued to be a slave after that.
Just to be clear, because my donation came late, I'm not saying in Islam isn't racist, just advising not to use quotes from Nation of Islam, like God is black or whites are evil, etc. Muslims will say that's all them and has nothing to do with us.
Yeah, I understand. I know what you're saying. Still, it's interesting how racist Islam actually is, though. Thanks for the nation, though, Mola.
Sahih Bukhari, Volume 5, Book 87, Hadith 99. Narrated Qais, Bilal said to Abu Bakr,
If you have bought me for yourself, then keep me for yourself, but if you have bought me for Allah's sake, then leave me for Allah's work.
The hadith explains that, after Prophet Muhammad died, Bilal asked Abu Bakr to set him free. He wouldn't ask Abu Bakr such a request if he was not a slave anymore.
Bilal is a good slave, and a great blessing from Allah. I don't think Allah wants me to lose his blessing.
Which one is the prophet? This white guy. What does Satan look like?
He's the president of the country, you dumb faggot retard bitch nigger, and the second his old crusty white ass got into office everything has turned into shit.
Sure, you say that. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
That black guy. Now how did a religion that was inaugurated by a white prophet who had black slaves and referred to Ethiopians as raisin heads, and said that Satan looks like a black man, ever get the reputation it has among African American Muslims today? Well, in the West, there's a general atmosphere of ignorance about Islam. People don't know even the most basic facts about Muhammad and the Quran.
Fucking Prophet Muhammad called black people raisin heads.
And this allows Muslim preachers to say whatever they want about Islam, because no one's going to correct them. So if a Muslim preacher is talking to a woman who's interested in women's rights,
Muhammad was a champion of women's rights.
If he's talking to someone who has a high regard for science,
the Quran is a scientific masterpiece, filled with miraculous scientific insights that were only verified centuries later.
If he's talking to someone who's concerned about racial justice,
Islam is the religion that liberates slaves and establishes racial equality.
Absolute nonsense. But people convert to Islam because they believe what they're told and don't bother reading the Muslim sources to see if the preacher's story checks out.
Yep. People are dumb as hell, man. The death of Prophet Muhammad. That one sounds interesting.
After attacking and conquering Khaybar, Prophet Muhammad and his companions felt tired and hungry. A Jewish woman named Zainab bint al-Harith came to the Prophet.
Ya Rasulallah, would you like me to cook some lamb meal for you and your Sahaba?
Sure, I would be delighted.
Which part of the lamb is your favorite?
Oh, I like the front shoulder of lamb.
Zainab immediately made the food.
Today, my husband, Salam ibn Mishkam, and all my male family members were killed by Muhammad. But now God gives me the opportunity to avenge my family.
Zainab sprinkled the lamb meat with a large quantity of strong poison.
Here is for my husband. You killed him. This is again, for my uncle, and this, for my brother. Oh, my family.
Zainab served
All I want for Christmas is to be blacked by 10 men at the same time. Is that so fucking weird? My friends think so. Am I crazy?
No, I don't think you're crazy. I mean, Riley Reid wanted the same thing, so... Sure, some people just have a craving for it. Thanks for that donation, Cat Daddy.
The lamb dish to the Prophet and the Sahaba. A Muslim named Bishir bin al-Bara bin Marwar sat next to the Prophet. The Prophet took the meat and ate it, but he did not swallow it. Bishir also took the meat, ate it, and swallowed the meat.
Hold your hands. This lamb's feet tell me that he is poison.
Bishir's face became green. He then fell to the floor and died.
Call that Zainab.
Zainab was taken to face the Prophet.
What made you do this?
You killed my father, my uncle, and my husband. You took from my people what you took. I said to myself, if he is a prophet he will be informed. The Lamb will inform him of what I did. If he is a king, we will be relieved of him.
Allah will never give you the power to do it.
Later on, the relatives of Bishir ibn al-Bara demanded blood vengeance and killed her. History of Al-Tabari, Volume 9, page 108. When the Prophet returned to Medina after doing the pilgrimage, he began to complain of pain. News of the pain of the Prophet began to spread.
Aisha, I felt extraordinary pain. It feels like my aorta is cut.
This happened a year after the Khaybar robbery, or 2 years before he died. Apparently, the poison gradually damaged his body and caused increasing pain. Prophet started to feel the painful effect of the poison. He informed that to people around him. The mother of Bishr ibn al-Bara came to see him.
Oh, Rasulullah, what happened with you?
Bishr. At this time I felt my aorta or vein was torn due to the food I was eating with your son in Khaybar.
Oh Rasulullah. I never saw a fever like it in anyone.
Our trial is double, and so our reward in heaven is double. What do people say about my illness?
They say it is pleurisy.
Allah will not like to make his apostles suffer from pleurisy, because it indicates the possession of Satan, but my disease is the result of the morsel that I...
Help me find the way to Christie's heart. I am petrified that she will realize I'm not rich and drop me for a more efficient sugar daddy.
Well, if I know anything about women, the way to a woman's heart is through her butt. So, maybe try that. Thanks for the donation, Andrew.
I had taken along your son. It has cut my jugular vein. I am the messenger of Allah. I can't die by a low-life Jewish woman. That's just too embarrassing.
Sunan Abu Dawud, number 4510, said that Prophet Muhammad had himself cupped on his shoulder on account of that which he had eaten from the lamb. Abu Hind cupped him with the horn and knife.
Hopefully, this will suck the poison out of your body.
Ah, I am really sick.
But the cupping did not do any good to the Prophet. As long as he was sick, the Prophet recited Al-Muawwidhathain or verses of refuge, which are Surah 113 and 114. And then he blew the air over his body while rubbing his face. This is an obvious attempt to recover. Aisha also recited Al-Muawwidhathain over the Prophet's body. Rub him with his hand with the hope that it was more blessed. Did it work? Apparently not. It was even said that Jibril also joined in praying for the Prophet. When the apostle of God fell ill, Jibril prayed for him while saying, "In the name of Allah I pray to drive out all that hurt you and ward off all that is spiteful to you and from all the evil eyes, and God will heal you." Was Jibril's prayer effective? Apparently not. Sirah Nabawiyah, page 679, by Ibn Hisham. Then the Prophet's illness grew worse and he suffered severe pain. He said,
"Pour 7 skins of water from different wells over me so that I may go out to the men and instruct them."
We made him sit down in a tub belonging to Hafsa bint Umar, and we poured water over him until he cried,
"Enough, enough, enough, I said, enough."
Then some of his wives, and his uncle, Ibn Abbas.
Brother Eid, why we watching this?
Because it's funny watching the nonsensical, retarded life of the Prophet Muhammad. Thanks for that donation, Brother Reed.
Gathered to be with him, and they agreed to force him to take medicine.
Let me force him.
Let us do that.
Yes, let us do that.
Hold him. Hold him tight.
Pinching his nose.
Make sure he swallows it.
Don't let go.
The Prophet did not get any better. He passed out instead. When he recovered, he was not happy with them.
"Who treated me like that?"
I did that. This is a medicine which women have brought from Abyssinia.
"That is a disease which Allah would not afflict me with. Let no one stop in the house until they have been forced to take this medicine, except my uncle."
So, as a retaliation for what they did to him, he forced his wives to take the same medicine as well. Maymuna, who is one of Muhammad's wives, was forced to take it although she was fasting because of the apostle's oath, as a punishment for what they had done to him. He tried any way he could to get better, but nothing worked. He then realized that he was dying.
"How come I don't get any better, even though
No, now, 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 no.
Thank you for that, Cortez.
Seen this?
Let me take a look, guy. Excellent spam. Appreciate the donation, Cortez. Cran Gangbang, episode 1.
Each and every. First and foremost, I would like to welcome each and every one of you. My name is Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon me, and I am the chosen messenger of Allah. Oh!
Allah! Oh, you mean the moon god?
No, you prick. Allah.
I don't know if I can watch this, dude. This is already annoying me.
Oh, it's not a fucking moon god.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, first and foremost on the agenda is membership numbers. Who's got the latest figures?
Well, Muhammad, peace be upon you, the current number of companions of the Messenger of Allah is 11.
Seriously, it was 11 last week.
Yeah, this isn't entertaining. Or funny. It's just kind of annoying. I'm not going to watch it. Thanks for that donation, though, guy.
"Oh, I've already prayed so many times."
The Prophet in his ailment in which he died used to say,
"Oh, Aisha, I still feel the pain caused by the food I ate at Khaybar, and at this time, I feel as if my aorta is being cut from that poison."
To cover up his falsehood as a prophet, he pretended to say that God gave him two choices: be healed or live with God in heaven.
God has given one of his servants the choice between this world and that which is with God, and he has chosen the latter.
I never saw anyone suffer more pain than the Messenger of Allah.
After so much agony, Prophet Muhammad eventually died on Aisha's lap. The Sahaba did not bury Prophet Muhammad for 3 days. They just let his corpse rotten in his room during that period of time. Perhaps they thought he would rise again on the 3rd day, like, you know who.
Who? Me?
That's pretty funny.
Hey, guys, listen to me. Indeed, the messenger of Allah died. He is nothing, but just a human and will decompose like any human. Come on, people, bury your companion.
Eventually, the Sahaba buried Prophet Muhammad's corpse. Let's examine those events that ended with the death of Prophet Muhammad to see whether he was a true prophet or not. For example, Zainab bint al-Harith believed,
A real prophet would be forewarned by Allah about the poison, but an impostor wouldn't.
The Muslims, including Muhammad, also believed this.
If you could make an exact clone of yourself for a week, what would you do with him?
I think I would probably get my clone to carry out murders. That way I could, like, do something, like, stream. Obviously do something that would give me a rock solid alibi, and then have my clone commit, like, some sort of murder or theft or something. And then, I could just get away with it. I would, like, do it to crush my biggest mortal enemies. Thanks for the donation, though, Chairman. Thank you for that, Cortez. Excellent spam, sir.
That is why Muhammad said,
Allah will never give you the power to do it.
The fact that Muhammad died because of the poison proved that Allah could not protect his beloved messenger, and that Muhammad was an impostor. Zainab single-handedly got rid of him. The next proof.
Dude, I'm surprised the Prophet Muhammad lived as long as he did with the amount of enemies he had.
Was that Muhammad tried hard to be cured, but all of his effort and prayers did not work. This is not the first time his prayer has failed. He prayed for the very life of his son, Ibrahim, to no avail. One of his wives, named Al-Shanba bint Amr al-Ghafariyah, saw how futile his prayers was. So, she asked,
If you are a true prophet, then your son would not have died.
What? How dare you? Talaq, talaq,
Muhammad
talaq.
then divorced her. She was lucky she could still keep her head after daring to question the legitimacy of his prophethood. Not only did his prayer not work, but also Jibril's prayer, Aisha's prayers. Allah just ignored his favorite messenger to death. Muhammad claimed himself as the blessed one, the mercy of all mankind, the best of all creation, but his dying condition did not show that. Where was Allah when Muhammad needed him the most? The Prophet claimed that he felt his aorta was cut off in Sahih Bukhari, number 4428. Narrated, Aisha, the Prophet in his ailment in which he died, used to say, "Oh, Aisha, I still feel the pain caused by the food I ate at Khaybar, and at this time, I feel as if my aorta is being cut from that poison." Those exact words were in the
So he's having really severe angina.
Quran, Surah Al-Haqqa, verse 44 to 46. Had the messenger made up something in our name, we would have certainly seized him by his right hand, then severed his aorta. So, what does Allah says he would do to Muhammad for making up revelation? He would cut off his aorta. And what did Muhammad say that the poison did to him? It has cut off his aorta, so...
That is pretty funny coincidence.
Huh? So you are saying if murder was legal, then you will go out and murder anyone?
Not anybody. Again, so, carnist enemies of mine, people that I am highly politically opposed to, so like Vladimir Putin, something like that. So I would only take care of people who dying would reduce rights violations. I wouldn't just murder anybody. I'm not like some kind of like indiscriminate psychopath, but again, somebody like Vladimir Putin, I would definitely off. Thanks for the donation though, Pope.
Oh, what is the conclusion? Muhammad died exactly the way Allah said he would die, if he fabricated revelations.
Yo, Al-Shanba, I heard the Prophet divorced you.
Yes, that's true.
Ah. The only path to Nutellers, I think you would be a good Lex Luthor. You have his ideologies. Also, what would be your position if Superman actually arrived on Earth? Superman is a bit of a fucking wanker, honestly. I don't like Superman. He's very authoritarian. Unless Superman agreed with my political values, I would want him dead. Let me see.
I figured out way back. If God is all-powerful, he cannot be all good. And if he is all good, then he cannot be all-powerful. And neither can you be. They need to see the fraud you are. With their eyes. The blood on your hands.
This movie was so fucking stupid. The way they did Lex Luthor was fucking terrible.
I had a clone once impregnate a woman who liked me and get married to her so the kid would look like me.
That's good. Congratulations, Wanker. Appreciate the donation. Yeah, I hated the way they did Lex Luthor in those Superman movies. He was so dumb. Anyway, thanks, The Only Path.
Come on, girl. While you've been getting down and out about that old dirty liar, you could have been getting down to this sick beat.
If Muhammad were the real prophet of God, why didn't he catch the poison before he ate it? If you believe that it was God's will for Muhammad to eat the poison along with Bashir, why then did Muhammad try to get well?
Why did Jibril not know the will of Allah? Why would Jibril pray if Allah had decided death? How come he did not know when he would die? Moses knew. Jesus knew.
Fucking based. Yeah, dude. I don't know how anybody can believe in Islam. It's such a ridiculous religion. Like, their own fucking holy scripture dunks on their own fucking beliefs. It's hilarious. Prophet Muhammad and his apostate scribe. That sounds interesting.
Prophet Muhammad conquered Mecca in 630 AD with an army of 10,000 soldiers. He ordered his military commanders only to kill people who fight them. But, secretly, the hypocrite prophet gave them a list of 10 Mecca civilians to be killed.
Find these 10 people and kill them.
Yes, Rasulullah.
A young man named Abdullah ibn Sa'd ibn Abi Sar was one of those 10 people.
Oh, he is here. He must be looking for me.
Why did he want to kill Ibn Sar? To know the answer, we have to go back several years earlier. Ibn Sar was a young man from the Quraysh tribe, from the rich Umayyad family who ruled the tribe. He and Uthman ibn Affan, who later became the third caliph, were half-brothers, since when they were babies, both of them nursed from the same woman. He believed that Muhammad was a genuine prophet.
La ilaha illa Allah, Muhammadur Rasul Allah. There is no God but Allah, Muhammad is the messenger of Allah.
He decided to become a Muslim, and then left Mecca to immigrate to Medina.
I am a Muslim now. I want to be with my prophet.
Prophet Muhammad appointed him to be his scribe because Ibn Sar was an educated person. But after knowing Prophet Muhammad and the Muslims, he was not impressed.
It's very important for you to obey me. Quran, Surah.
You should move to Colorado.
Colorado is too cold for me. I would rather move to somewhere warm. But thanks for the donation, Rooster. Appreciate it.
Ali Imran, verse 132. Obey Allah and the Messenger, so you may be shown mercy.
Is that really true?
One day, Prophet Muhammad asked him to write a Quran verse.
Write down, Quran, Surah Al-Mu'minin, verse 14. Then we made the sperm into a clot of congealed blood. Then we of that clot we made a lump. Then we made out of that lump bones, and clothed the bones with flesh. Then we developed out of
El Reed donated $2. I just rescued a dog. He's a 6-month-old Chiweenie puppy, and I started feeding him vegan evolution dog food, and he's been vomiting. All 4 of my cats have no issue with evolution, just the dog. What do I do? 6-month-old. He's probably not vomiting because of the dog food. You could try giving him something like, what is it? Natural Balance vegan food. You can try switching out the dog food. He's probably vomiting for some other reason other than the food. What you can do to try to reduce the risk of vomiting is, since he's a puppy, he's 6 months old. If the food you're feeding him, it has like very large chunks of kibble, it may just be triggering his gag reflex. So crush up the kibble into smaller pieces so you can put it in a blender or a food processor. Or again, just find a vegan dog food that has very small pellets, so you can find like dog food that's made for smaller dogs. Something like that might help. Slow feeder, so get a slow feeder. That can also help prevent vomiting. But if he keeps vomiting, take it to the vet. But I can guarantee you it has nothing to do with the food. It's either the pellets that he's eating are triggering his gag reflex, either because he's eating too quickly, the pellets are too large, and it needs to be broken down or something. You can try feeding him wet food, by the way. That might help. Yeah, or there's some other problem that he has, and you need to take him to the vet. But I'd try those 2 things first. Thanks for the donation, El Reed. Hope that helps.
of it another creature.
Then Prophet Muhammad stopped speaking.
Yeah, there's vegan wet foods. Natural Balance has vegan wet food. Fuck. So, Natural Balance. This will fucking load. They have vegan wet food. What's it called? Benevo also has it. So Benevo also has vegan cat and dog food. That's wet, wet food. So those are options. If I had to guess, it's probably just the food triggering his gag reflex because he's eating too quickly. So get a slow feeder, feed him wet food, or just get smaller pellets. So either change out the food with a food that has smaller pellets or grind it up in a blender or something.
It seemed Allah had finished his sentence. But then Ibn Sar continued.
So blessed is Allah, the best of creators.
Write it down. Yes, that is how it was descended to me.
From time to time, Ibn Sar kept suggesting some minor changes, and Prophet Muhammad accepted his suggestions. Finally, Ibn Sar realized that if the verses were truly from God, no changes would be made at the suggestion of a mere scribe.
I am completely sure that Muhammad is actually not a prophet. He just made up Quran verses in his head.
After that, Ibn Sar left Prophet Muhammad in Medina, and went back to Mecca.
If Muhammad was a prophet, then I can be a prophet as well. Bah.
In Mecca, he told the Quraysh people what he knew about the Prophet.
I manipulated Muhammad as I pleased. If he said, all-wise, then I will said, all-knowing. He would agree with everything I said and ask me to write it down in Quran. That's right. That is how Quran was written.
When Prophet Muhammad heard about this, he was very upset.
Quran, Surah Al-An'am, verse 93. Who does more wrong than the one who fabricates lies against Allah, or claims, I have received revelations, although nothing was revealed to them, or the one who says, I can reveal the like of Allah's revelations. If you, O Prophet, could only see the wrongdoers in the throes of death while the angels are stretching out their hands, saying, give up your souls. Today you will be rewarded with the torment of disgrace for telling lies about Allah, and for being arrogant towards His revelations.
Abdul-Uzza ibn Qattal was one of the 10 people that Prophet Muhammad would like to kill. In the past, he converted to Islam, and the Prophet changed his name to Abdullah or slave of Allah. When he left Islam, he changed his name back to Abdul-Uzza or slave of Al-Uzza, the Quraysh goddess.
That's him. That is Ibn Qattal. Let's kill him.
Astag for Allah. I'm in a grave danger.
When the Muslim army entered Mecca, Abdul-Uzza ibn Qattal knew that Prophet Muhammad would certainly kill him. He ran to Kaaba to find sanctuary.
As a prophet of Allah, Muhammad won't shed blood in Allah's house.
Ibn Qattal was holding fast the curtains of Al-Kaaba. The Muslim soldiers hesitated to kill him.
Wow, we cannot kill him in this very holy place.
Let's ask Rasulullah what to do.
O Rasulullah, Ibn Qattal is holding fast the curtains of Al-Kaaba.
Kill him. The Kaaba has never been used to protect a rebel.
After that, the Muslim soldiers mutilated Ibn Qattal to death. Sirah al-Halabiyah, Part 3, page 91. A group of Muslims killed Ibn Qattal. They were Sa'ad ibn Harith, Abu Barza, al-Zubair, Sa'ad ibn Zu'ib and Sa'id ibn Zaid. All of them killed Ibn Qattal. Ibn Sa'd says on Tabaqat, Volume 2, page 174, Verily, the Apostle of Allah ordered his followers on the day of the victory, to kill Ibn Abi Sar, Fartana ibn al-Zibra and Ibn Qattal. Abu Barza came and saw Ibn Qattal, holding fast the curtains of Al-Kaaba. He, Abu Barza, ripped open his belly. In Quran, Muhammad repeatedly said that he loved and feared Allah, and that Allah loved him the most. But was that true? Allah killed Muhammad's father when Muhammad was still in the womb. Allah killed his mom when he was still 5 years old. Allah killed Muhammad's first son, Qasim, at the age of 2, and his second son, Tahir Abdu Manaf, at the age of 2. Allah killed Muhammad's grandpa, when Muhammad was still 8 years old. Allah also killed his third son.
This sounds like too much of a coincidence. I think the Prophet Muhammad probably killed his relatives so that he couldn't have anybody usurp him on the throne. That's what it sounds like. 'Cause, like, to have that many family members die, including your children, that is bizarre.
Ibrahim, from his Jariya, Maria Kuptia, at the age 2. His hope to have a son vanished. Maybe that is why Muhammad actually hated Allah, and he did not mind to shed blood in Kaaba, to insult Allah. Ibn Khattal had 2 singing girls, which were
Yeah, he might have had a genetic disorder that made it so he couldn't have viable offspring. That's possible. But yeah, that, like, again, the most likely thing to me.
Lionheart, you suck. You say I'm a loser, but you spend all your time on live chat because you have no social life. Get off the couch and internet. Go to the gym and maybe you'll get laid. You make vegans look bad with that small frame. Name doesn't match you.
Okay, thanks for the advice. Appreciate the donation, Lionheart. Sucks.
Fartana, and her friend.
Yeah, like, again, it's just so many family members of his, including his own children, died. It just sounds like he was afraid of somebody getting more power than him.
Qurayba, who used to sing satirical songs about Prophet Muhammad many years earlier, while he was still live in Mecca. So, the Prophet ordered that they should be killed too.
Jesus.
Qurayba was killed, but Fartana ran away. These slave girls were not threats to Prophet Muhammad nor Islam.
Where is that woman?
They were ordered to be executed only because they sang a silly song about Muhammad. Later on, to save her life, Fartana converted to Islam, and Prophet Muhammad pardoned her.
Muhammad is the messenger of Allah.
Fartana lived until the reign of Umar ibn al-Khattab. Someone used his horse to trample her at Al-Abta and killed her. When Ibn Sar heard about the death of Ibn Khattal, he became very scared.
That so-called prophet would surely kill me.
Ibn Sar asked his half-brother, Uthman ibn Affan, to hide him.
Please, bro. He wants my head.
Hide yourself here for a while.
When the situation calmed down, Uthman took Ibn Sar to meet Prophet Muhammad, to ask for forgiveness.
He is my brother, Ya Rasulullah. Please show some mercy on him.
Prophet Muhammad was quiet for a long time. He knew that Uthman, which was his son-in-law and one of his most loyal companions, would certainly be offended if he ordered his soldiers to kill Ibn Sar.
Yes, I forgive Ibn Sar.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Ya Rasulullah.
I kept silent, so that one of you might get up and strike off his head.
Then why didn't you give me a sign, O Rasulullah?
A prophet does not kill by pointing.
So, actually, Prophet Muhammad did not intend to forgive Ibn Sar. On the contrary, he wanted him dead, but felt reluctant because of Uthman's presence.
How odd. Usually he always wants to avenge.
I think you are good now, bro.
Prophet Muhammad said about himself in Quran, Surah Al-Kalam, verse 4.
You are verily born of sublime nature.
We have seen his sublime nature clearly for what he did to Ibn Khattal and Qurayba. According to Tabari, Ibn Sar then became a Muslim again. Obviously, he did this to save his life, just like what Fartana did.
Andrew, aka Saga. I'm 205 pounds as a vegan at 5 feet 10 inches that benches 335 pounds. I've been in the Air Force for 16 years. As a cop. Here's something that sounds familiar to you. Lights out, God, you're a bitch. Was that your last $3 jailbird lol?
Damn. Sounds like you just got called out. Thanks for that donation though, Lionheart.
Yo, Ibn Sar, I heard you said Shahada again.
Yes, to save my head. Did you do the same?
Yes, I did. You know, I'm a singer and a dancer, but I heard the Prophet said singing and dancing are haram.
They were halal if you didn't find out.
Let's see here. Muhammad failed to execute Ibn Sar because he didn't want to give a signal with his hand.
Why didn't he kill Ibn Sar himself?
If Ibn Sar had committed such a gross crime, why didn't Muhammad carry out the death sentence?
Muhammad's orders were made willy-nilly.
He made man kill for personal reasons.
People live or die depending on his frame of mind.
That is fucking hilarious. Jesus Christ. Prophet Muhammad wanted to kill people because they made some sort of silly song about him. And like, years ago. Like, what a fucking narcissistic psychopath. Prophet Muhammad's Livelihood, Part 1. Let's watch one more of these.
For 13 years of preaching in Mecca, Prophet Muhammad was only able to recruit 100 followers. Most of them were slaves and young people from low social classes. Why was the number of followers so small? Let's ask non-Muslim Meccans.
That's because most of us don't like or trust him.
He had derided our traditional values, abused our forefathers, reviled our religion, caused divisions among us, and insulted our gods.
If we insulted back, they shed our blood, and felt proud of it. For instance, we mocked them while they were praying. One of the Muslim, Sa'ad ibn Abu Waqqas, grabbed a camel jaw and hit and injured one of us.
Ibn Ishaq informs the story in his book Sirat Rasul Allah, page 118. Sa'ad ibn Abu Waqqas and several Muslims went to the valleys not far from Mecca to pray. A band of polytheists saw them and started to interrupt them rudely since Muhammad regularly insulted their religion. The Muslims were very upset and came to blows.
Teach them.
The angered Sa'ad ibn Abu Waqqas grabbed camel jawbone. He hit one of the men with it and wounded him. This was the first injury caused in Islam. It was a Muslim who drew the first blood. The polytheists were shocked at this event.
Why so cruel?
And they said Islam is a peaceful religion?
So how did Prophet Muhammad recruited his followers?
Yeah, gee, it's almost as if Islam was not a religion of peace from day one.
Then
He promised us to be the kings of the Arabs and the non-Arabs.
He said that after we die, we shall be brought back to life and our lot shall then be gardens like the gardens of Jordan.
He also claims that if we do not do this, we shall meet with slaughter after him, and that after death we shall be brought back to life, and our lot shall then be a fire, in which we shall burn.
Muhammad enticed his followers with a lot of richness in the future and threatened them with hellfire if they didn't comply. Only a small number of people believe in his promises. Although he was not that successful with his career as a prophet, Muhammad did not worry because he had the best supporter in the community, which was his wife Khadijah. During his lifetime in Mecca, his wife, Khadijah, supported him financially. Khadija was a very successful businesswoman in the field of transportation and trade. She was the richest person in Mecca. Muhammad never learned to run his wife's business. He was also not adept at reading and writing, so his ability to help his wife's business was very limited.
I don't know how to read and write. To add and subtract gets me uptight. Don't know much about history. I make it up as I go, you see.
For this reason, after Khadija died, Muhammad lost his income source. He did not know how to continue his wife's business. Because there was no support from the Quraysh community in Mecca for him, Prophet Muhammad tried to find new supporters from outside of Mecca. Al-Mutana ibn Harida was a Bedouin leader, whose tribe was under the protection of the Persian Empire. Prophet Muhammad
kind of explains why he was begging Jews for money.
Muhammad met Al-Mutana, in hopes that he could gain protection from them.
Would you accept Islam and give me protection, so that I can convey the message of my Lord?
No, I can't do that, because I don't want to break my agreement with Kisra, the Persian emperor.
Be patient, just wait, and you will see that Allah will make you inherit Persian lands, money, and their women will be available for you.
Prophet Muhammad promised the Arab Bedouin great wealth, property, and women that belonged to other people, and would be given by Allah to them, if they accepted Islam. This showed that he had no respect for non-Muslims' peace and prosperity, and regarded them as fair game. Prophet Muhammad approached the leader of Banu Bakr.
Would you accept Islam and give me protection?
We had a truce and protection from the Persian Empire. Therefore, we don't need your religion.
If you believe in Allah, and if Allah decide to keep you alive after wars, you will enjoy your life. You will live in Persians' houses, have Persian women, enslave Persian men.
Because he kept repeating the same message when he was desperate to have allies, we could see his true motive in spreading Islam was to gain physical prosperity and pleasure. He used religion to unite people under him to achieve his worldly desire.
Yeah, he's a narcissistic psychopath.
After experiencing many rejections from various parties outside Mecca, he finally managed to get support from the Medina people who were conducting a pilgrimage ceremony in Mecca. Around 75 Medinan Muslims met Muhammad in Aqaba cave, not far.
I like how a fraud cop called me out. Probably was typing while eating donuts. Prob just shot a black and arrested a brown. Prob just gave a ticket to someone poor. The Air Force is soft, you should have joined the Marines, then maybe I'd respect you, pal.
Okay, well thank you for that, Oinker. Appreciate the donation.
Far from Mecca. They vowed loyalty to Muhammad and promised to protect him and Muslims from Mecca who planned to move to Medina. Feeling he had strong support, Muhammad began to issue killing verses for those who dared to oppose him.
Quran, Surah Al-Hajj, verse 39. Permission to fight is granted to those being fought, for they have been wrong. And Allah is truly most capable of helping them victory. Quran, Surah Al-Baqarah, verse 193. And fight them until there is no strife or fitna, and the religion is for Allah only. Yet in case they refrain, then there shall be no hostility except against the unjust.
Some Muslims did not want to migrate to Medina with him.
Well, I'm not sure I want to migrate. We have our families here.
We will lose our jobs if we move to Medina.
What if I don't want to go?
so Prophet Muhammad had to come out with several Quranic verses to intimidate and warn them.
Quran Surah Al-Anfal, verse 72. And the ones who have believed, and have not emigrated, in no way are you to offer them patronage in anything until they emigrate. This means Muslims who didn't migrate will lose their protection from other Muslims until they migrate.
Muhammad even ordered Muslims to kill any Muslims who tried to return back to Mecca.
Quran, Surah An-Nisa, verse 89. They wish you would disbelieve as they have disbelieved, so you may all be alike. So do not take them as allies unless they emigrate in the cause of Allah. But if they turn away, then seize them and kill them wherever you find them, and do not take any of them as allies or helpers.
What? Do we have to kill our fellow Muslims?
He had never ordered this before.
For those Muslim who don't want to migrate, their abode is hell, and it is an evil resort.
According to the standard Islamic narrative, the Muhajirin departed by groups to Medina in 622 AD. Prophet Muhammad and Abu Bakr migrated a month later. The Meccan Muslims are referred to as Muhajirun or the emigrants, while the Medinan Muslims are referred to as Muslim Ansar or the helpers.
You have to be smart to be in the Air Force. You don't have to be smart to get incarcerated. Aim high, bitch. My bad, aim low, bitch. Was that your last $3 from savings?
Thank you for that, Lionheart. Appreciate the donation. W donated $2. Does beetroot juice have benefits on performance, or has that been debunked? If it does, are beetroots even better than beetroot juice? So if you drink a lot of beetroot juice for several weeks, yes, it seems to improve oxygen uptake by your lungs. Now, you can get some of those adaptations by just taking drugs. So it's not a very powerful effect. Certain drugs and other supplements do a better job of improving cardiovascular performance, so it's not a dramatic effect. And it has to be beetroot juice. If it's beetroots, you have to eat like an insane amount of beets. Like nothing but beets. Thanks for that donation though, W.
After living in Medina for 7 months, the Muslim emigrants from Mecca still live in severe poverty.
Where is the manifestation of his promise to get wealth owned by Khusro, the Persian emperor, and king of Byzantine? We have no adequate job here, so we continue to be poor. Previously in Mecca, we had supportive families and livelihoods.
We are hungry all the time here.
Not only very poor, but their bodies were very dirty and smelling of sheep because they rarely took a shower. Sunan Abu Dawud, number 4022. Narrated Abu Burda. My father said to me, "My son, if you had seen us while we were with the Messenger of Allah, and the rain had fallen on us, you would have thought that our smell was the smell of the sheep." Even Muhammad himself was full of lice. Hadith Sahih Bukhari, Volume 4, Book 52, number 47. Allah's apostle used to visit Haram bint Milhan, who would offer him reals. Haram was the wife of Yubada ibn as-Samit. Allah's apostle once visited her and she provided him with food and started looking for lice in his head. Prophet Muhammad forbidden a man to be alone with a woman who was not his wife or a close relative, but he visited his friends.
The qualifications for being in the Air Force are to be able to tell the difference between blue and green. The qualifications for being a cop is to be a criminal as a kid and then continue bullying into adulthood. You're a goon and a thug. I'd pimp slap you.
Oh damn, sick burn. Thanks for the donation, Oinker.
His wife often, even when she was alone in her house. He even asked her to touch his head for a long time. The hypocrite prophet expected others to follow his rules, that he freely violated. Prophet Muhammad knew that he had to do something to improve the Muhajirins' poor condition and to start making his lofty promises of richness and prosperity come through.
I had to act before the Muhajirin left me. Robbing Jewish tribes is not possible because my people are small and have no adequate strength. The only choice was to rob the Quraysh caravan, as did Abu Jandal.
Veganism Exposed asked me to get your thoughts on some title ideas for the next troll compilation video. What should the title be? 1. Dominion 2018 full documentary. 2. Where is Vegan Gains now? 3. VG, unintentional comedy. 4. Other, give suggestion.
I would say the best title would probably be Other Give Suggestion. That's what I would title it. Thanks for the donation, I am Niagara.
Robbing and killing infidels were not something new for Muslims. In the past, Muhammad's followers such as Abu Jandal, Abu Basir, and their Muslim gangs in Mecca used to attack, kill, and rob the Quraysh traders when they headed to Damascus, Syria. Muhammad gathered the Muslim Muhajirin.
Dear people, Allah already gave us permission to fight against those people who wronged us. Indeed, Allah is competent to give us victory. We were evicted from our homes just because we say, our Lord is Allah. We will attack the Quraysh caravan and take their goods.
What? Does Allah really allow us to loot infidels' goods?
Of course Allah allowed me to loot the infidels. Allah has made booty legal for me, although it was not lawful for anyone else before me.
I've been helped by terror in the heart of the enemy. I've been given words which are concise but comprehensive in meaning. And while I was asleep I was brought the keys of the treasures of the earth which were placed in my hand.
Hadith Sahih Bukhari, Volume 4, Chapter 88, page 108. Narrated Ibn Umar that the Prophet said, My livelihood is under the shade of my spear, and he who disobeys my orders will be humiliated by paying jizya. Footnote number 1 says, under the shade of my spear means from war booty.
Jesus.
My livelihood is under the shade of my spear, and he who disobeys my orders will be humiliated by paying jizya.
That's right.
So he fucking promised wealth and riches to people who followed his stupid dumb fuck religion. And then his solution to this was murdering and stealing from people. And people still followed his dumb fuck religion.
Muhammad Mosid, he was the messenger of Allah. He made his living waging war and making people holler. The book of Hadith is very clear on this. Without making war, he could never be rich. So he made his war 80 times, 10 years in Medina. This Rasulullah could make meaner. That's a lot of bloodshed.
Why does this person who makes these Islam videos use a robot voice and doesn't use his own voice to narrate? It's so weird, it's like animation video from 2008. Also, do you have any debates scheduled? Also, play Alan Wake tonight? Also, what games are you excited for?
Oh, fuck. We can play Alan Wake. I really want... What's it called? Space Marine 2 to come out. Warhammer 40k Space Marine. That's supposed to be coming out this year. So I'm assuming next month unless it gets delayed. But yeah, I'm excited for Space Marine. They're going to do a remaster of The Last of Us Part 2, so I'm definitely going to get that. Let me see. But yeah, oh yeah, and Tekken 8. Yeah, it still says release date 2023. The fuck, dude? They gotta come out. They gotta come out with Space Marine. Space Marine 2. But I'm assuming the guy uses that robot voice because he's worried about getting doxxed because Muslims want to kill him. So doing whatever he can to hide his identity is probably safest for him. Because, you know, the religion of peace has so many people who will kill you if you disagree with them. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Dodo donated $2. Wait, just a second.
Saga. Or Andrew. You got blocked over 10 times by Richard. This is like your 20th account to hit on Christy because she keeps blocking you. You spend money on donos to hate on me. You got blocked by society. AKA jail. How am I the idiot here?
You got a point. Thanks for the donation, Lionheart San. Dodo donated Richard, what do you think the chances are that we live in a black hole inside of a higher dimension, which is probably a black hole in another dimension or something like this? I would say the chances are probably 1 out of 10. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Yeah, Space Marine 2. I have a bunch of games wishlisted. I don't think Ill is ever coming out. Oh yeah, Arizona Sunshine 2. I'm looking forward to that. That's coming out pretty soon. 7th December. Silent Hill 2 remaster or remake, I should say. Tekken 8. Oh yeah, Metal Gear Solid Delta. Looking forward to that one. Squirrel with a Gun. Phantom Fury. Yeah, there's a few I'm looking forward to. Alright. Dodo donated $2. Don't forget about Little Nightmares 3, Directive 8020, Dark Pictures game. Oh yeah. And Control 2 coming out in 2024. Are you sure Control 2 is coming out in 2024? They still don't have, like, they don't even have a teaser for it. So, yeah, I don't think that's going to come out in 2024. I'd be surprised. There's a new Star Wars game coming out that actually looks really good. I'm kind of excited for that. It's an open world Star Wars game. And everyone's complaining about it because you play as a woman. No confirmation when Directive 8020 is coming out. It could be this year, actually. You have to be excited for those two. Don't forget them, yes. I am also excited for those games. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Let's see. I have to open up Epic Games. Because it's not on Steam, unfortunately.